Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. A very warm welcome to all of you for this fourth technical session of the preparatory technical sessions for the 10th anniversary of the historic urban landscape. We invite you to stay with us for the next session, which follows immediately after this at 12 o'clock. 12 to 1:30, and the last technical session, which is from 3:30 to 5 today. And these times are Paris times. Please do, if you haven't registered, please do join the links. They each have different links, so please do join us today. We're very happy to be celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation. There will be a launch for the UNESCO call, the Historic Urban Landscape Call for Action on the 23rd. And on the 24th is the application of the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation for World Heritage Cities. So please do join us for all of these different events, and you can find all the details on the World Heritage Center website. Well, before we're very delighted to have today an excellent group of different case studies. And before we get started with the case studies, I want to give you a very quick overview of the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation. Of course, this is very familiar to many of you, but there may be some perhaps who are not as familiar. So let me just do a quick overview for just to keep us all on the same page. So the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation was adopted by the General Conference of UNESCO in November of 2011. It is a soft law to be implemented by member states on a voluntary basis and an additional tool to integrate policies and practices of conservation of the built environment into the wider goals of urban development, especially with regard to inherited values and traditions in different cultural contexts. And it applies not only to cities listed on the World Heritage List or inscribed on the World Heritage List, but to all cities everywhere. It advocates a landscape approach for identifying, conserving, and managing historic areas within their broader context, considering the interrelationships between the physical forms, natural features, and social and cultural values. The Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation emphasizes an approach that views the historic center or ensemble and recognizes it as an intricate part of the larger setting, the geographical, historical, social, and cultural context. So it advocates looking at historic urban areas as composed of layers of history, economic, social, and spatial relationships between the built heritage, natural environment, and local communities. So contrary to a preservationist view that rejects any change at all in urban heritage, this innovative standard-setting instrument argues for the integration of heritage conservation with urban development processes in order to manage change to protect heritage values. The approach to managing historic urban landscape is holistic by integrating the goals of urban heritage conservation with those of socioeconomic development. This method sees urban heritage as a social, cultural, economic resource for sustainable development in cities and settlements, big and small. Next, please. I just want to touch on the Fukuoka outcomes as based on the outcomes of the international experts meeting in Fukuoka in 2020. That was organized to really look at the worrying pattern of situations affecting heritage sites in urban contexts, World Heritage Sites in urban contexts, as was requested by the World Heritage Committee in its more recent sessions. And the main outputs, the outcomes of the Fukuoka outcomes, was a methodology to better identify urban attributes and a basic framework for urban heritage management that was developed by refining the previously used six-step approach for implementing the historic urban landscape recommendation. And you can find all of this on the World Heritage Center website, so I'm not going to go into each of them in detail. Next, please. I just want to touch on some of our activities in case you're not already engaged with all of our activities. If you have not already subscribed and you're not already receiving information, please do subscribe to the Urban Notebooks, which is one of the e-monthly e-newsletters that we send out monthly. And you can subscribe for it on the World Heritage Center website. And this is a newsletter that contains that is meant for site managers, for all urbanists, for all urban heritage enthusiasts. We also have the World Heritage City Dialogues, which has been set up as a virtual platform for site managers and local authorities to meet, exchange, and share across their region to learn about key challenges and share innovative solutions. And the World Heritage City Lab, which is an innovative global and collaborative series of events for developing strategies and solutions to the challenge of managing World Heritage cities in the framework and policies of the World Heritage Convention, as well as the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation. The World Heritage Cities program has more than 300 World Heritage cities inscribed on the World Heritage List. And of course, the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation is a vital tool for all of these cities. These different channels of communication have been especially valuable during the COVID-19 crisis in keeping everybody in touch, in helping us to exchange and also to learn from each other. I want to end now by just touching on the last, next slide, please, the last, which is the last thing that I want to share with you today, which is the World Heritage Canopy platform for innovative strategies and practices that integrates heritage conservation with sustainable development. Through case studies and practical examples, the platform aims to inspire and guide local action that contribute to and align with major global commitments, including the World Heritage Convention and the Recommendation on the Historic Urban Landscape, as well as the 2030 Agenda. So this alignment between heritage conservation and the 2030 Agenda for World Heritage cities in particular is something that there have been many discussions in committee meetings at the executive board and something that is often requested. So with that, I want to stop here and hand over to our very, very eminent chair for today. We're very delighted to have with us Ms. Erminia Shakyatanau, who is the special officer in the cabinet of the Minister for Culture and is in the Italian Ministry for Culture. A warm welcome to you, Erminia, and I leave it in your able hands today to manage the excellent case studies that we have lined up. Thank you very much to the City of Graz, to Durham Castle and Cathedral, to the Historic Center of Urbino. And then before I leave, I want to also recognize our rapporteur, Professor Carola Hein, who is a professor and chair of the History of Architecture and Urban Planning at Delft University. I think I missed the city of Salzburg in that list. But we're very, very delighted to have Carola with us. The role of the rapporteur is very critical because you take all the different points that have been raised and somehow synthesize them into this incredibly succinct summary that also will be presented on the 24th and then debated by the roundtable. So with that, I thank you very much and hand over now to Erminia. Armenia, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, as it was said, yes, I'm actually working at the Minister's Cabinet in the Ministry of Culture of Italy, and previously I also have worked at the European Commission and contributed to the development of EU policy on cultural heritage and European Year of Cultural Heritage as a chief scientific advisor. That's why I really thank you, Jyoti, and the UNESCO for having invited me to this really interesting technical session where I will reach my view and my understanding of how this important recommendation has been implemented in the last years. In this session, where we will look at 4 selected case studies, as it was said, in 5 European cities: Graz, Salzburg in Austria, Durham in the United Kingdom, and Urbino in Italy. So I'm really looking forward to learn from those experiences, because it seems really obvious now to look at conservation as a strategy to achieve a balance between urban growth and quality of life on a sustainable basis. And in the last years, it's UNESCO that has provided this compelling evidence on culture's contribution to sustainable development goals, from sustainable cities and communities to decent work and economic growth, from reduced inequalities to education and climate action, from gender equality to peaceful and inclusive societies. Well, the alignment between those approaches and policies and the contribution to sustainable and development goals, it's more evident today. The alignment that was mentioned between policies by World Heritage Cities and Sustainable Development Goals, it's even more clear. It's clear that being at the crossroad of many policies, culture balances and guides sustainable development between economic, social, and ecological pressures and needs. And at the same time, in the last years, we have seen a complete reshape and revision of the policy framework on cultural heritage, going exactly in this direction. In particular, in Europe, we have seen a completely redesigned EU policy framework, and there is a general consensus on the need to progress towards a more holistic, integrated, and participatory approach to heritage care and governance, exactly putting these approaches and basis as the basis for a sustainable development. The European Year of Cultural Heritage, to which UNESCO contributed enormously, offered the opportunity to translate those principles into action, with impressive results in terms of public participation and deliverables. And for instance, it's now widely agreed that participatory approaches are key to implement cultural-led regeneration processes with a balanced impact on all areas of sustainable development. But this implies that there is need to develop tools and guidelines for the broad spectrum of stakeholders involved, well beyond the cultural heritage sector, let's say, well beyond the community that we are always used to speak to, the community that is aware of their cultural heritage values and how they're much important for development. Each member of this broad stakeholders community plays a role in implementing the principles, since those principles cross diverse policy areas, administrations, so many actors, from local communities to local, national, regional authorities, the international organization, each of them working in diverse areas. So some examples of tools developed, a couple of them were developed during European Year of Cultural Heritage, just to share with you some information. One is the European Quality Principles for EU-funded interventions with potential impact on cultural heritage, developed by ICOMOS under mandate of the European Commission, which provide guidance on the quality principle for all the stakeholders engaged in EU-funded interventions that can have an impact on cultural heritage. All the cities, all the municipalities use EU funds, and you know how much they are important, but how much it's important to use those funds taking into account into proper context the importance of cultural and cultural heritage values. And so these principles, these guidelines include a recommendation for all the type of stakeholders involved. And another important report is the report of the working group of experts for EU member states on participatory governance of cultural heritage, which seeks to move the concept of participatory governance from an abstract notion into concrete actions. So explaining how participation can be put in practical use in the ordinary and everyday governance of cultural heritage. But okay, all what I said was okay, now it's really kind of given for granted. It was not at all obvious in 2011 when this recommendation was adopted. It's one of the first instruments, at least to my knowledge, that really provides not only principles, but tools to turn principles into action and addressing the entire ecosystem, which is really challenging, from knowledge and planning, civic engagement, finance and regulatory system, and to better integrate and frame urban heritage conservation strategies within the larger goal of overall sustainable development, and support public and private action to preserve and enhance the quality of human environment. So this recommendation, I think I very, very much thank UNESCO for having organized this celebration, because I think this is even more relevant today, when we have acquired a broad consensus and knowledge on those principles, and we are all looking for tools. And now, especially that cities are facing an even increasing number of challenges. I had a look at the most common threats mentioned in the 32 State of Conservation reports submitted to the World Heritage Committee for 17 European properties in the World Heritage cities. And still 84% of the reports mentioned the management plan as one of the most challenging aspects. Housing, transportation infrastructure, underground, and marine transport infrastructure, impact on tourism, the importance of legal framework, the importance of management activities. And we see how many diverse actors are involved into this, to address really effectively those challenges. And to the threats of urbanization, globalization, development, climate and environmental challenges, unfortunately, we have added other even more complex challenges, and some of them happened suddenly. Think of what happened a few years ago with the terrorists, which has forced the cities to completely redesign the public space in order to provide safety to the citizens. And now the pandemic, which has completely changed our way of life and even the way that we meet, as it is happening today. So we were already trying to find a way to sustain, for instance, participatory processes over a long period of time. Okay, agree that participatory processes are necessary, but how to engage community in the long term, it is still an open question. And while we were guessing how to do and how to help communities to interpret heritage as a resource for the future, then the pandemic arrived and completely has changed our way to create relations with those communities. And the people who is engaged in this type of activities has not sufficient digital skills, for instance, to reach the communities and to create a mechanism to engage communities using the digital tools that we are now forced to use because of the safety and health measures. This is just one example. So we have old challenges, new approaches, tools to implement the new approaches, new challenges which have arrived. So I think that now with climate change, it's even more pressuring, even more important, and I already know that some of you are addressing this issue. So we're really living in a fast-changing reality. It's even more important today to base decisions on evidence, to collect qualitative and quantitative data, but I think it's crucial to exchange and learn from the experience that everyone is carrying on. Because this is a way where we will accelerate our capacity to manage this transformational change in the desired direction that is indicated very well by the recommendation. This aim of the session is really to take a discussion a step forward. So I invite each of you to listen at the presentation that we will listen, and also to think of good questions that can help us to extract those important lessons and to transform those lessons in a contribution to a collective knowledge that we are building. So how we can capitalize on the collective knowledge which is built by this all those innovators. They are reshaping the policies of their cities in the direction that we all want to take. So there will be around 25 minutes of discussion for interactive discussion and question and answer. So I invite you, all the people who is listening and participating, to start preparing for the questions, because I'm sure that I look at Jyoti. I'm sure that this can help you also to contribute towards the 24th.
We must move forward now.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so I think it's time to start and to present the first case study. It's from Austria, and we will. I don't know the name of the presenter, unfortunately, from the city presenting this case study of the city of Graz, Historic Center and Schloss Eckenberg, World Heritage as a Living Organism, and Historic Center of the city of Salzburg, Historic District, Mood in Dialogue. So the presenter has a bit more time compared to the following presenters, because it's presenting two cases. But please stick to the time.
Yeah. Thank you very much. A very warm welcome from the World Heritage City of Graz. My name is Gertraud Stempfel-Ledl, and I'm presenting the Graz case study on behalf of the Director for Urban Planning and World Heritage Management. My video camera shows my person upside down, so I'm working without the camera, and you only can hear my case study. The next slide, please. Graz is the second largest town in Austria with about 330,000 inhabitants, only behind Vienna. There are 55,000 students at 4 universities and 2 universities of applied sciences. During the last 10 years, Graz was the fastest growing metropolitan region in Austria. The next slide, please. The city of Graz is listed as UNESCO World Heritage since 1999 and was extended to include Schloss Eckenberg in 2010. The outstanding universal value meets criteria 2 and 4 of the World Heritage Convention. The city of Graz and Schloss Eckenberg are examples of the living heritage of a city founded in the Middle Ages, shaped by Graz twice being the residence of the Habsburgs, and by the cultural and artistic influence of important noble families. Graz has an harmonious blend of architectural and artistic styles which came from Central and Southern Europe between the Middle Ages in the 18th century and were translated into outstanding masterpieces here. Determined by the Reactive Monitoring Mission 2005, Graz prepared its management plan, including a master plan. The management plan regulates the preservation strategy of the World Heritage Site very specifically and provides also a framework to preserve a livable historic center. 2010, with the extension of the World Heritage Site to Schloss Eckenberg, UNESCO and ICOMOS call for strengthening the historic axis between the castle and the historic city center. Both are core zones of the World Heritage. Therefore, the city is aiming to increase the existing historic alley in parts of the buffer zone between these two core zones. The aim of the various small-scale projects is to enhance the quality of public space in the historic city center of Graz based on ecological standards and sustainable designs, and to provide special flexibility for events too. Square streets and alleys in the historic city center, for example, Schmiedgasse and Sporgasse, were designed new, but also Freiheitsplatz, Hofgasse, Karmeliterplatz, and currently the Münzgrabenstraße is underway. Due to the growing population of Graz, the extension of the pedestrian area and the design of public space fulfills also safety and ecological functions. This was a main aspect of the projects in the Schmiedgasse and Sporgasse, and the demand to quality public space was increased by the pandemic. The design of the furniture also fulfills security measures and regulates the gateway to the historic center. The next slide, please. Key elements of the new design are granite paving sets in barrier-free high quality. The shaded recreation zones are cool islands of calm and decelerate the bicycle traffic, because there has been a problem in recent years with bicyclists going over the speed limit and potentially endangering pedestrians. Between the trees, bicycle parking areas were established because the city of Graz and the province of Styria launched a bicycle offensive. All specialist units of the direction of the building department were involved in these projects. The experts commission for the Graz Historic Center has supported the design. The historic paving technique enhances the authenticity of the World Heritage Zone, an important impact for the cityscape. The granite pavement decelerates the bicycle traffic, and the barrier-free accessibility with various forms of seats improves social interaction. All residents, visitors, and businesses benefit from the consumption-free high quality of stay. Lessons learned. Graz learned that the redistribution of space creates more space for people, while parking was reduced. Planting trees is not only an artistic, but more an ecological aspect and improves the microclimate. People feel now invited to use public space as living space. With reference to the recommendation of the historic urban landscape, the Graz case study increases active mobility and enhances the quality of stay in the city center. Trees improve the microclimate in the densely built up historic center, especially for residents, because they use the seats throughout the year. Barrier-free standards for accessibility of all groups of people and consumption-free seating promote social interaction in the historic city center. And the historic granite paving technique, the trees and flower islands, and the high-quality wooden design furniture enhances the historic cityscape. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. also for sticking to the time.
Hello?
Hello?
So,
Armenia, I think we
Yes.
seem to have lost you.
Yes, okay, okay. I think we have to start. Okay. So thank you
Yes.
thank you for the excellent presentation.
Welcome.
Okay, I'd give immediately the because we are really kind of a bit late, so I would give immediately the floor to the second presentation.
hello? Yes, thank you for having me. My name is Susanne Meyer. I work for the municipality of Salzburg, and I will present today a case study we did in Mölln. Next slide, please. So Salzburg is the fifth largest city in Austria, north of the Alps. It's the capital of the province of Salzburg with a population around 155,000 people. The economic value drivers are culture, festival city, tourism, trade and administration and university. And we have, back please. We have around 2 million overnight stays in Austria and 6 million visitors. Next, please. So the outstanding universal value of Salzburg is we have a German Romanesque and Gothic style meets Italian Baroque kind of city. It's a European ecclesiastical city-state governed by the Prince Archbishops with a remarkable number of high-quality buildings, like both secular and ecclesiastical from periods ranging from the late Middle Age to the 20th century. And it's the city of music and festivals and the city of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. So the historic center of city of Salzburg, we have the World Heritage Sites. We have a hardcore zone, a core zone, which you can see is red and orange, and the buffer zone. So this includes around 975 buildings and around 460 monuments. And we do legal framework since 1967. It's an old town protection law. So next, please. And the challenges in Salzburg are we have a lot of urban development pressure, a mass tourism, we have traffic problems, infrastructure projects are going like regional city trains and the revision of management plans, but also opportunities like festival tradition and cultural events. So this is our case study in Mölln. What we did is a dialogue between residents and municipality. And the intention of the initiative is to collect data, ideas and issues to inform the residents about the history of the urban development and also creating awareness for living and working in the World Heritage Site. And this was a project we did 2 years, like 2016 to 2018. Next, please. So the context at the driver was to encourage the residents to communicate with the municipality in order to create awareness for the World Heritage. And only a permanently inhabited city is resilient. So community and communication is the key instrument. So what we did, we had a huge study where we collected data on population, workplaces, business, historic development. We did a questionnaire. We did meetings between the residents and the municipality, tours for children, open days at workshops and photo exhibitions to show what Salzburg is. So the outcome and the impact was we have awareness for the historic development of the district and also to identify with the areas, which is very important for the needs of the residents. For example, we improved street lighting of monuments. We did opening a historic cemetery. And we collected also ideas for political decision, and we did a huge publication about the historic development in Mölln, which is a part of the core zone. So what we learned is that we have a large participation and very high interest in this initiative. And the project is worth to be continued. And Salzburg is also planning a visitor center located in the beautiful Mirabellgarten. So there we will have a 3D animated model which will be a tool for better planning decisions in the future. And what is very necessary and the contribution to sustainable development is that the residents have to identify with their surrounding. The sustainable living starts with local identity, and also the World Heritage is based on communication community. So the projects, we will plan to repeat the project in 15 to 20 years, and we will focus on other districts. So we will divide Salzburg in smaller districts, and next district we have is like Kaiviertel and Nontal. So yeah, and thank you very much for having us.
No, thank you. So both presentations, of course, for the useful insights, but also for the very clear explanation of how to tailor interventions and the projects, really assessing the real needs, the needs of population and needs of the community. That was the reasons I really noted, for instance, the importance of thinking of spaces, consumption-free spaces. Well, actually, our social life, it is going in a different direction. So really understanding that it's really important for the development of the relations between the people in the community, so the social life. And also here, in this project, in this activity, really the dialogue and the capacity to understand, to collect data and make a deep analysis to really understand what are the real needs of the community. So let's now turn to the third case study, which is the case study in Durham Castle and Cathedral in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And here we will look at in particular at how to create a neighborhood plan supporting a World Heritage site.
Good morning. I'm Jane Gibson, the World Heritage Site Coordinator for Durham Castle and Cathedral World Heritage Site. Next slide, please. Welcome to Durham. We are a city in the north of England, near the border with Scotland. We have a World Heritage Site at the heart of a modern 21st century city, a familiar story we're already hearing from our fellow case studies, located on a bend in the River Wear. Next slide, please. The World Heritage Site is centred on Durham Cathedral and Castle, you can see in this shot, with the buildings that link them, and celebrates over 1,000 years of continuous occupation with people living, visiting, working, worshipping and learning on the site. And you can see our criteria here. Next slide, thank you. It is the very fact of a World Heritage Site celebrating our rich heritage embedded in a 21st century city that highlights the challenges and opportunities we're discussing today. As World Heritage Site Coordinator, much of my work is supporting all our stakeholders and balancing these interests in the support of our World Heritage Site at the heart of a vibrant, sustainable city. And the work of our neighbourhood plan team has been hugely important in contributing to this. So I would like now to hand over to John Lowe, the Secretary of the Neighbourhood Planning Working Party, to tell you more about our programme. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Jane. The essence of a neighbourhood plan is to give as much local control as possible over planning decisions. Having said this, the neighbourhood plan has to be in general conformity with national and local authority planning policies. Developing the neighbourhood plan involved building working relationships between the group of volunteers developing the plan and the various local bodies listed in the final bullet point: community groups, residents associations, the World Heritage Team, the university, the county council, and so on. Next slide, please. The volunteers were motivated by concern about a lack of local control over planning decisions affecting the city and its wonderful built and natural heritage. The plan provides a vision for the city, as shown in the purple writing on the right of the slide. The vision encapsulates the 6 main themes of the plan, which are listed in the final bullet points: sustainability, the built and natural heritage, the economy, housing, transport, and finally community facilities. They cover the key aspects of local life. And we had to develop planning policies to make the vision a reality. The slide that you're looking at now sums up the key steps we took to develop the plan. It's very similar to the experience of Salzburg, where we did lots and lots of local consultation. The essential point is that the work was done by dedicated volunteers who consulted with and responded to the local community at every stage. Next slide, please. And again, like Salzburg, we used a wide range of consultation methods to engage as many individuals and organizations as possible. It was a completely transparent process. All the agendas and notes of our weekly meetings and all the consultation responses we received are posted on our website, and you can still see them, and the web address is given at the end of these slides. Thank you. I'll now hand over to Sue Childs, who had the lead responsibility for the heritage policies that support the World Heritage Site and its setting. Thank you.
Good morning. The direct outcome of all this work was a neighbourhood plan, which is now part of the statutory planning framework for Durham City, alongside the County Durham Plan. The neighbourhood plan includes policies which protect both the World Heritage Site and its setting. One policy protects and enhances the World Heritage Site itself, including the importance of protecting views. Another policy covers the heritage assets of the city conservation area, which surrounds the World Heritage Site and is a large part of the total neighbourhood plan area. There are also green and blue infrastructure policies which protect and enhance green and blue assets and the landscape and the environment which surrounds the World Heritage Site. All these policies can be seen on our website. Next slide, please. The indirect outcome is a companion document called Looking Forwards. This contains 22 actions that the local community told us in the consultations that they wanted to see happen in the city. These are actions that we could not turn into planning policies. This document has been officially adopted by the Parish Council with the aim to address these actions as time and resources allow. Actions that affect the World Heritage Site include identifying, protecting and enhancing heritage assets, green assets, views and footpaths. There is also the need for a Durham design guide, which will list the principles and requirements for good design, which developments within the city should use. Next slide, please. We faced many challenges. A big challenge was negotiating with official organisations such as the County Council, the university and statutory planning bodies. One of the statutory planning bodies, Historic England, insisted we undertook a full and strategic environmental assessment because of the importance of the World Heritage Site. A parish council was set up about halfway through the process, requiring a legal change of responsibility. All these challenges meant the process of producing the neighbourhood plan took 7 years, resulting in the final challenge, keeping us, the group of volunteers, together and working productively for this long amount of time. I'm passing back now to Jane Gibson for the Durham World Heritage Site.
Thank you for an excellent overview. For me, there are so many connections between our neighbourhood plan and the process and the historic urban landscape approach. Protection of the built heritage is reinforced by the neighbourhood plan's recognition and gives me another strong and respected voice when feeding back on new developments and, at a larger scale, the potential impacts of climate change, bringing together the goals of heritage conservation and sustainable urban development. The neighbourhood plan's excellent model of public consultation has reinforced and refreshed the connection between local communities from so many backgrounds in our area and experience their cultural heritage and our World Heritage Site in particular, and has also raised knowledge and awareness of the challenges we are facing. I've been so impressed with the wide range of knowledge, skills and experience and hard work of the neighbourhood plan team and all who have supported them, a real model of participatory government and inclusive management models. And finally, as a World Heritage Site coordinator who's submitting a proposal to the World Heritage Committee to include our riverbanks in the boundary, the work of the neighbourhood plan has provided me with invaluable support and will contribute to increasing universal access to safe, inclusive and accessible green and public spaces, and allowed me to demonstrate a robust protection environment for our World Heritage Site, which is something that's at the core of our application to the committee. So I'm very grateful to our group. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. You'll see our links there to find out more about our project. Thank you.
Thanks. Really good lesson learned in how to really include and engage the community and to raise their awareness, but also to include their own needs in the development and the shaping of a vision for the city. We are 5 minutes late, so I really go immediately pass the floor to the representative of the city of Urbino for the fourth case to be presented. Thanks. I don't know the name, so I'm sorry, but the floor is yours.
Good morning everybody. I'm very glad to be here. I'm Luana Alessandrini and I'm presenting Urbino. So next slide, please. Urbino is located in the center of Italy, in Marche region, in the Central Apennine district. We have a population size of less than 14,000 inhabitants. The origin of the town dates back to a Roman settlement located on the top of the hill where resides the Ducal Palace. Next, please. Urbino is a World Heritage property since 1998, and the relevant criteria are second and fourth. On the map on the right, in the green area, you can see the buffer zone, and the red dot is the World Heritage property. So the map and the photo show the relevant sites of the buffer zone referred to the property and to the municipal boundary. Next, please. The main strengths of Urbino are mainly monumental, visual, and socio-economics and cultural. Next slide, please. Our weakness, stemming from advisory body and technical comments, are a feeble population awareness about the OUV, a lack of care and low capacity of interpreting heritage as an opportunity, an age-stable population, a countryside, marginalization and abandonment, where for many years the mechanization of agricultural activities has led to the progressive transformation of the historic urban landscape, the abandonment of marginal areas of difficult cultivation, and the progressive reforestation and naturalization of these surfaces. So the challenges and opportunities for us as the climate change, the awareness of the OUV of the historic center, but also of the landscape, the enhancement of the cultural and environmental heritage, the social cohesion and economic recovery, and the network development and increase of the current agricultural system. Next slide, please. We are now working on updating of the management plan. with a view to protecting the sustainable and inclusive cultural and natural heritage. It's a local scale project, but we will involve the subject within the site, the buffer zone, the municipality, and beyond, some the municipal perimeter, and up to the territorial scale. Next, please. The project time at increasing and preserve the OUV and the knowledge and awareness of the OUV to design a concrete future scenario shared with the local community and structure in a global strategy, create a participant territorial network for the nourishment of the cultural and environmental heritage, the social cohesion and the economic recovery. We are also training to improve resilience, adaptation, social inclusion and cohesion by using the Renaissance cultural relevance of the city to making heritage and landscape the engine for a new sustainable development and the nourishment of the current agricultural system, mainly organic, to improve sustainable agriculture economy and to landscape and soil conservation and revitalizing the agriculture as an activity that plays an irreplicable role in the care of the rural environment and in the conservation of the value of the landscape. So the process of capacity building and local knowledge aims to continue to preserve the OUV and strengthening the knowledge and awareness of the OUV by updating the World Heritage Management Plan approved in 2014 and to continue to reducing the climate altering emission process and adaptation to climate change, which thanks to the adhesion to the Covenant of Mayors has led Urbino to reach the goals signed in 2014 with the European community to reduce its CO2 emission by 20% by 2020. Next slide, please. So the key component of the initiative are to include in the management plan the SECAP, Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan, approved in 2014 in April, thanks to 2 different European projects and submitted to European Commission, and to include in the management plan the analysis of natural and anthropic risk. Next, please. We are now trying to involve a large number of local stakeholders representing the main areas of interest. So the consultation process is ongoing by the University of Urbino, Carlo Bo, scheduled for the next month, July 2021, to be carried out through questionnaires, face-to-face and virtual meeting, and online dissemination. Next slide, please. The outcome and the impact of the initiative are implementing sustainable management and conservation of Urbino and its historic landscape. The intention is to maximize the involvement of all local stakeholders in concrete projects. The scope is to empowering and training citizens on the OUV of Urbino and this landscape and on the resources and the responsibility it brings with it. So we will submit questionnaires to verify the knowledge of the operational contents in the approved management plan and to involve stakeholders in the new updating process. Next slide, please. The main challenges for implementation are first, involve the young generations and involve all motivate all stakeholders. So negotiate with younger generation and the stakeholder a small number of effective projects realizable in certain times, new or to be chosen from among the many projects already included in the approved management plan and are realized, and involve them in their implementation and make it clear that the cultural, economic, and social possibilities offered by sustainable conservation and management of heritage and landscape are greater than the boundaries and commitments necessary to do so. So how we try to overcome them? Through the direct dialogue, especially in this pandemic time, and trying to synthesize the difficult concept of conservation and sustainable management of cultural heritage and the landscape in a simple and concise way. Next, please. Allora, how we're trying to implement the whole approach with working tables and meeting referred to the main subject involved. to take into consideration the different aspects and the different needs and make them part of the management plan and enlargement process. The key challenges for implementing local rule are synthesized and make all the different outcome components of the whole process coherent with the sustainable management and enhancement of the world heritage and the landscape. And to contribute to 2030 agenda, each project of the program management plan of the ongoing update behind defined will be summarized in a project sheet, and there will be a specific reference to the 2030 objective. Next, please. That's all. I hope very concise. For further information, you will find the online reference of the European project, and our website is still in implementation phase. Thank you.
Thanks to this the last presenter, to Luana Alessandrini, especially for making us understand how much is really important to have a clear vision to transform complexity in something that can be communicated in order to engage non-specialists using a simple and concise way. It was really clear. I will give now the floor again to the Jyoti Josagrar, and thanks again to all the presenters.
Thank you very much, Erminia, and many thanks to the excellent presentations by all of these cities. We want to now, we have several people with us in the room, and we want to engage you. So I'm going to quickly hand over to my colleague Alba to run a small interactive poll to get your views and inputs. Alba, please.
Yes, hello everyone. So to warm up the discussion a little bit, we would like to propose this interactive poll. So in order for you to access it, we propose that you connect to this webpage. You see the address on the screen, slido.com. Once you get to the webpage, there will be a box at the top where you have to enter the name of the poll, which will be HUL1, as you see here. And you will directly access the different questions we have prepared. Your answers will appear on the screen as you enter them. So I'm going to read each question out loud, and you're free to give your own inputs, okay? I'm going to start. So the first question would be, what are your main takeaways from the presentations and case studies? We're going to wait a little bit so that you can connect and give your answers. Let's see.
Alba, if you could also put in the chat the address of the site.
Yes, sure.
And I may assure you that the responses are actually anonymous. Although yes, what you write appears, your name doesn't appear with it.
So we already have a few answers. Some of the takeaways for you would be community and communication are important. Participation, public space, generational divide. Okay, that's very interesting. Finding out what our communities of interest want can gain from World Heritage Sites, long-term vision and continuous engagement, public space again, consultation, communication and community, balance between heritage protection and development pressure, regulatory systems and policies, neighborhood planning, management plans, climate change, different communities involved. Okay, so it seems like one of the main topics is community involvement here. So we will have the chance to continue discussing about these during the open discussion. So I'm going to pass to the next question. So from your experience in today's presentations, what are the main challenges in the implementation of HL in Europe? Please go ahead. development pressures. Okay. So you will see that if some of the answers repeat, the keyword will get bigger so that we can have some visual inputs. Okay. Oh, you're being fast. Harmonized regulatory systems, awareness and responsibility for heritage from the inhabitants, community involvement, communication with statutory bodies, and understanding and satisfying the needs and requirements, development pressures again, multi-layer settlements with different values, ensuring development, facilitation skills. Okay, stakeholder management, again, development pressures is getting big. Okay. So let's pass to the last one, the third one. From your experience in today's presentations, what are the main opportunities in the implementation of HL in Europe? The interests of the local communities, community involvement, learning from others, rich heritage, youth, our community's enthusiasm to be engaged. That's very nice. Capacity building, awareness, competence of institutions and municipalities, democracy, pride in our heritage again, communities awareness, okay, balance, awareness, that's a big one. Okay, so I think we are ready to start discussing. We're going to close the poll here, and I give the floor back to Herminia. Thank you.
Thank you. Quite an interesting poll with interesting keywords. And in some cases, I noted that some of the keywords are the same. So in some cases, the challenges are also good opportunities. And I think that's where maybe we can start identifying what are the good ways. I think it's now time to for the interactive discussion. So you can start preparing and also sending for your questions. But first of all, I would like to ask the presenters about what are their reactions to the results of the poll, because I think that many of them, most of the keywords were reflecting, I think, also their concerns. In particular, for instance, to how to approach the community, how to make a process sustainable, how to engage them, how to make the community aware about the values. And also what I noted down also, ensuring that development is conservation conscious. I think this is one of the biggest challenges we face, really, to turn the approach to development, the common approach to development, trying to make produce concrete examples of culture-based development, and to explain how much richer and sustainable are those approaches. So, any reaction from? Yes, you can also ask questions by raising your hands or write in the chat. Meanwhile, I want to ask for reactions if there is any one of the speakers who wants to comment on the results of the poll.
I just think what we're seeing a lot of, and perhaps it's understandable because of the sort of theme of the presentations today, but that recognition of the fact that we have on our World Heritage sites multiple communities of interest who we can engage with in many different ways. Here in Durham, we have university students, we have members of the church community, we have tourists, we have people who live and work in the immediate setting of the World Heritage Site. And each of them have different interests and concerns, some of which coincide, like climate change, the larger overarching ones, some of which have potential to conflict with each other, development for commercial opportunities and residential needs. And a lot of it is about opening conversation, balancing interests, brokering partnerships. I find that community engagement, the large ones, for example, with our neighbourhood plan, brought a very diverse set of those communities of interest together. So actually the World Heritage Site became a focus for those engagements, so an opportunity for good. So I thought I just sort of put that was reassuring in seeing the word cloud that was forming, that was mirrored in that from the wider community who are joining the workshops today.
Any other reaction? No. So while we wait for specific questions, I'm also thinking how much challenging, how much ourselves are creating a real high threshold for our commitment and engagement. We're really addressing the complexity. I think like it's difficult to find other sectors of activities who really have those type of high ambition. And I think also one of the challenges, it didn't came out from the poll, is to try to speak the language of those diverse stakeholders to create a common understanding of the objectives that we want to achieve together. I think this is one of the most difficult steps, and it is the way to align the noses in the same direction. I think there is a question, a good question, from Nilma Shrestha. She said, I'm very much interested in understanding how neighborhood planning have helped in conservation. Are there an indicator which shows its success? And could you please share it with the group? So
perhaps I can just quickly, very quickly put in that ours is going to be very valuable, because we have a proposal to the World Heritage Committee to expand our World Heritage Site, and ICOMOS have come back to ask for a very clear demonstration of high levels of protection in the immediate setting of the World Heritage Site. And here in the UK, most of our city World Heritage Sites don't have a buffer zone. They only have an immediate setting. That's been an expression of concern by ICOMOS and the World Heritage Committee in the past. And in fact, having the neighbourhood plan now, which has only recently come to fruition, fully adopted, is going to give me a very valuable tool in being able to clearly demonstrate that higher level of protection in the immediate setting of the World Heritage Site. So I'm very relieved and very grateful to our neighbourhood planning team that it's come at such an opportune time. So that's just a little piece from me. I can see our colleague from Salzburg, I think.
Yes, I see Susanne Meyer raising the hand, please.
Yeah, so what I can say, or for us, it's very interesting to see that we have a very historic city with historic techniques, and all the residents who live in this district and have, for example, own a house there. Yeah, this is very interesting how they participate and how the understanding is if we inform the people what they have. So if it's from 17th, so if it's a historic building, you have a very clear understanding what you have, and if people know what they have, the awareness is raising very high. So I think that's also a key to communicate to the people what they have. Yeah?
I see another hand raised, Sue Childs. Floor is yours.
About the neighbourhood plan in Durham, as Jane has mentioned, we've just been officially approved in a recent referendum, so it's early days yet, but our policies are already being used to challenge development proposals in the city. And the responsibility of the parish council is to keep track of what's happening and to review and refresh the neighbourhood plan. So we'll be starting to see its impact in the near future, I think. Thank you.
Creating the ground for really a long-term process, development process. So another question. Stakeholders from Amr Abdelhakim. Stakeholders' participation is a very big issue and challenge facing urban cities. In your point of view, what is the best solution for gathering stakeholders around one table to take one decision to conserve the old cities? And may I add a challenge? It's sometimes in cities you don't even identify a real community, because in the big cities it's even more challenging to find the community compared to small and medium cities. So who wants to respond to this challenging question? The best solution for gathering stakeholders around one table, I think it's the dream of professionals who wanted to engage communities. I can also say maybe who should make the first step, and what is the mechanism that should be created to invite those stakeholders to join the conversation. And I think that maybe one of the responses was this be proactive in trying to understand what are their needs first before inviting them. And it was demonstrated in one of the previous presentations. The fact that you engage, try to understand, try to listen, and then when you listen, when you open the door, and of course people will gather. Any reaction from the speakers?
Yeah, can I speak from the Durham experience? That I think we put a huge amount of effort into trying to engage all sectors of the local community. That I think a key to what we were doing is that we were all volunteers. It wasn't an official body that started work on the neighbourhood plan. It was a group of concerned individuals who came from various parts of what is quite a small city and started work and enthused their neighbours. And we used ordinary methods, paper questionnaires, but we used digital methods. We called meetings. We put leaflets through everybody's letterbox. We had to work very hard. But I think the key to it was that it was a process that started from the ground upwards and wasn't imposed by an official body.
Yes, for sure, this gives great energy to the process. I'm also convinced that top-down and bottom-up should be, in one sense, should always dialogue to create sustainable processes. And most often it's us, it's the people which are now around this table who are the connectors between the bottom-up and top-down approaches. I see that Luana Alessandrini raised her hand, so the floor is yours.
So, in regard to involvement and participation, with regard to involvement, one of the fundamental aspects for us is the active involvement of people to ensure that the results of their work is visible quickly. In fact, thanks to involvement process carried out for the management plan approved in 2014, we have seen that if they don't see very rapid results, they become demotivated and lose confidence. So, and another point, a fundamental point, is addressing the conflicting priorities. Yes, it's one of the biggest problems, because during the dialogue process, it's very important to highlight the elements favorable or unfavorable to different point of view. It's really, really important in the discussion.
Thanks. And you also kind of start to replying to the next questions that we have in the chat. When they say, well, it's the speakers showcased how to create a dialogue with institutions from other sectors and align with the existing legal frameworks of local and national level. And seems that the incentives come from the city level. So they ask the speakers to comment, she asks the speakers to comment on the city capacity to put this process forward, and especially, as you pointed out, how to cope with the conflicting priorities. Sometimes those conflicting priorities are all targeting a public interest. And that's where I think the challenge becomes even more complicated. How you cope with conflicting priorities where you really have a public interest at first. Is anyone interested in commenting or to reply to this question? Or to share your experience, especially because it's really challenge. Penelope Gibson, please.
I will have a go. For me particularly, it is interesting because the neighbourhood plan actually provides a different viewpoint from the legislative local government environment, and that actually helps me. Because often as World Heritage Site Coordinator, I'm looking at developments in the immediate setting of the World Heritage Site with a very narrow interest, very specific, the impact on the OUV and the World Heritage Site, not the wider planning. But the larger legislative bodies have to look at a very much broader spectrum. And sometimes I can actually find that a challenge. So I'm actually talking to my local authority who support me and are part of the World Heritage Site over plans that are beneficial to the wider city. But actually for me, the neighbourhood plan gives me a strong voice in that much more intimate experience of the people that live and work on the World Heritage Site. So actually for me, it's an additional voice and a different viewpoint from that statutory wider city framework. So it's an extra tool for me, and also a reinforcement of what I'm saying. Sometimes, you know, I feel like I'm just one voice, and people are saying, well, of course you'd say that, you're the World Heritage Site Coordinator. It's good for me to realise there are many other people who have contributed to the neighbourhood plan and actually reinforce what I'm saying. So actually it's very cheering for me to know I'm not just deluding myself in my life that is totally focused on World Heritage.
Interesting. Any other reaction? Because this is one of, yes, John Lowe from Durham, please.
I think it's just worth adding, Sue said this in her presentation, that there are specific policies that are legally binding, that protect the World Heritage Site and that protect the setting of the World Heritage Site. So in Durham, the city as a whole is called a conservation area. So it has some special protection of its historic value. In addition to the actual World Heritage Site, surrounding it is a historic core, as it were, of the city. Now that has specific policies that protect it. The green setting of the World Heritage Site is very important for its value. And the green settings have specific policies that protect them. So it's not just a set of nice wishes. There are legally binding policies that restrict what developers can do in those areas close to the World Heritage Site.
There is a comment from Ikram saying that sometimes it's difficult or not possible to get all the stakeholders to the same table, but the secret is to engage different communities in the most appropriate way for them. So as we said, to open the doors and to make them comfortable, but then it needs also to be the capacity to make this, because this goes a bit beyond our professional knowledge and experience. You need to be equipped with different skills and competences and knowledges. There is another question asking about the fact that, yes, awareness is raising in Europe about heritage, but would like to know if there is any incentive package or grant to encourage the owners in conservation works. I don't know, to my knowledge at European level, I don't know about such a package, but some of you mentioned the importance of engaging the communities and the owners to work proactively also, not only to make them more aware of the value of their property, but also how to be sure that what they do is respecting the cultural values of the property. It's any reaction to this really interesting aspect of our work? No, we go back then to, yes, Susan Meyer,
yeah.
Please.
Yeah, so maybe just very briefly, we have like grants for restoring old buildings in the city of Salzburg, and but it's very, very tight in the legal system. So I think also what is very necessary to inform the people what they can do and what they cannot do, and this is in my experience, which is very important for the people, and this is also creating very high awareness of what is possible. So if we inform the people, and if we're going to talk to them, they gather a really great understanding of why they live, or how we have this World Heritage City, and I think that's also the main key for my experience to do this. And
personally, I participated. I visited the Mauerbach Center for Training and Conservation in Austria while we were developing the strategy for heritage professionals at EU level. We were discussing, and there was a specific type of activities of training the owners of historic houses, really to how to let's say empower them to do the right thing without creating damage. So this is a way to create awareness in the right way. I think Luana Alessandro has raised a hand.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. In our experience, citizens' priority are often linked to a local interest. And the most complicated part in our experience has been trying to explain the different point of view and the different needs to the various stakeholder group involved. So the tendency is always to protect one's own need, local needs, which is why local government for me is important, even if at times the presence of authority intimidate the participant. So it's in this case the OUV transmit the OUV importance is very quickly, is fundamental.
I think our time, unfortunately, it's almost over, because now we should give the floor to our rapporteur for the final words. I give now the floor to Jyoti, maybe to introduce this final part, and thank everyone for this interesting and rich discussion.
Thank you very much, Erminia, and thank you to all the participants for all your feedback and your very interesting discussion. It's over now to Carola to help us synthesize what we've heard today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this excellent event. I've tried to capture as much as I could in a small presentation. And what I'm trying to do, in the hope that this starts now, is to bring out the main points that we got from each of the case studies. Well, we got a great start off with Erminia Shkakatoni's presentation. And the key issues came also back in the end. Oops, can you, I think you can see it, right? But so we have cross-diverse interests, participatory governments, but also themes like terrorism, pandemics, and climate change, which we may not lose from sight. Now, in these different case studies, and I'm not going to comment on them completely again, I'm just going to comment on what I think each case study contributed particularly to the historic urban landscape approach. I think we've seen in Graz this focus on public space, more space for pedestrians amidst greenery, barrier-free, sustainable mobility, but also the theme of security measures. And I think these are things where the example can serve as a model case or be referenced. In the case of Salzburg, I think there are 2 or 3 very strong aspects which are about only a permanently inhabited city is resilient. So this idea of community as an active part for preservation, for assessment, for development, with the focus on data collection and analysis being part of it. So that was also asked in the discussion in the end, how can we come up with very concrete tools and ideas? Now, in the case of Durham Castle and Cathedral, we see a lot of very engaged activities in a living, working city. And I think that's also an important part to acknowledge. What are the scales of the different places we consider? What are their economic structures? What type of people are involved? And so in the case of Durham, we see, among others, also this focus on the urban and natural environment, green-blue integrations, which I think are very important, including also the transparency of any process that is being adapted. Now, in the case of Urbino, what we should maybe highlight also for the contributions to Hull is, again, these aspects of connecting urban and I should have said urban and natural challenges, there's a typo there, and revitalizing agriculture. And what I also found very interesting in that presentation is the combination between different stakeholders and mentioning sports associations, security. So it's a very broad ranging group. And I found interesting also the notion that students are a big part of this community, which raised for me the question, well, what do we do with temporary community members? Now, in the background, the team from UNESCO has been working on this map too, to bring together a number of ideas that have come up with this. So this is the so-called Miro board. And the interesting thing here is that we, on the one hand, have raised different takeaway points, which we also discussed, from communication and participation, another typo there, protection and development balance. And so the goal with capacity building, awareness, enthusiasm. Now, if I may add one point, and I think that is interesting also from the side of the discussion, what are the things that we may want to add to, or what other questions could we potentially raise that would contribute further to this discussion? So I already mentioned maybe what is the role of temporary communities, students, tourists, etc. what are, and I think that also applies for living, working cities, what is the connection to bigger business communities, to large industrial areas, which was also a theme that was briefly raised. I think the whole point of education, and in some ways education for conservation conscious development, would be another focus, and maybe that could link even to the students. The question about concrete data sets, indicators, tools, mechanisms came up several times, and I think that's another thing to develop. The urban-rural relationship also includes questions of growth and decline, which I think is important to link to citizen engagement and the question of conflicting interests, which was also raised. Climate change has been mentioned several times as a generic pattern, but it might be good also to understand from each participant whether it's more or less rain, what exactly the challenges are. We did not, as much as we may have wanted to, perhaps go on public health challenges, the ongoing pandemic, and what that means. The question, interestingly, of gender equality, inclusion, and social justice is also one that appeared on the sidelines, but thinking of the SDGs might have merited or might be further things that could be added. Now, maybe the team wants to share the current Miro board to see if I missed something, and I'm going to stop sharing. But I think that was an attempt to summarize and maybe build up and ask a few more questions on the excellent presentations and fascinating discussions that we've had today. Thank you very much. And do you want to add something? Carlotta, Alba, anybody, Jyoti?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carola. That was a very, very detailed and thorough synthesis, and thank you very much for it. I just want to see if my colleagues want to add any words on the Miro board. Alba, Carlotta?
No, Jyoti, it's okay. Maybe just remind everyone that we will continue the discussions on 24th.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So as we wrap up, thank you all again for your thank you for your participation. Thank you to the speakers for your very rich presentations. And many thanks to Armenia and Carola for your guidance and summarization of the discussions. I want to remind you that we are going to continue to the fifth session, a fifth technical preparatory session now at 12 o'clock. You will need to join a different link for that, which you can find on the website, on the World Heritage Center website. And also you can, please do join us for the launch on the 23rd, and to continue this discussion, which will be, that Carola will be bringing to the session on the 24th. When we discuss on the World Heritage Cities and the application of the whole recommendation in World Heritage Cities. So please join us for all of these different sessions. Thank you again for your participation, and look forward to seeing you again. Bye-bye.
Il vient de le recevoir. Merci.
Okay, so we can begin. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you very much for joining us today. We're absolutely delighted to have you with us for this fifth preparatory technical session on the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation 10th Anniversary celebrations. This is the fifth session. There will be one more session after this, and that will be from 3:30 to 5. I also want to take this opportunity to invite you to join us for the 23rd of June, when there will be a launch of the UNESCO Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation Call for Action, the HUL Call for Action. And there will be several mayors from cities around the world, historic cities around the world, who will be with us. Please do join us for this session. And also on the 24th, when the rapporteur from this session will take the points from this session and from the other 5 technical sessions and bring them to the 24th, to the session on the 24th. So please do join us on the 24th as well for the discussion on the application of the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation to World Heritage Cities. Before we get started today, I just want to remind everyone that we have interpretation, English, French. Please choose the language of your preference using the buttons below. I just want, before we hand over to our very eminent chair for today and to already hear all the speakers that we have on the plan and the program, I want to just give you a very small overview of the recommendation. I know that most of you are very familiar with it, but just in case there are some who are joining us today for the first time, I just want to go over a couple of points to keep you with us. Next, please. The Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation was adopted by the General Conference of UNESCO in November of 2011. It is a soft law to be implemented by member states on a voluntary basis, and an additional tool to integrate policies and practices of conservation of the built environment into the wider goals of urban development with respect to inherited values and traditions of different cultural contexts. And it applies to historic cities, not only those which are inscribed on the World Heritage List, but to all historic cities, all cities worldwide and their heritage. It advocates a landscape approach for identifying, conserving, and managing historic areas within their broader context, considering the interrelationships between the physical forms, natural features, and social cultural values. The Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation approach views historic centers or ensembles as an intricate part of its larger setting, the geographical, historical, social, and cultural context. And it advocates looking at historic urban areas as composed of layers of history, economic, social, and spatial relationships between built heritage, natural environment, and local communities. Next, please. I want very quickly to touch on the points of the Fukuoka outcomes, which is a methodology that was developed during the expert meeting of the Fukuoka in Fukuoka in January of 2020 in Japan. It is the outcomes include a methodology to better identify urban attributes and a basic framework for urban heritage management that was developed by refining previously used 6-step approach for implementation. Next, please. And you can find all of these details on the World Heritage Center website in the city's web pages. I just want to leave you with some details of activities that we are carrying out, and look forward to having you with us in these different activities. First of all, there are more than 300 World Heritage Cities inscribed on the World Heritage List. We have established a monthly newsletter that has now been running since last May. I hope you're already subscribed for it and receiving it. If you are not, please go to the World Heritage Center website and go to the World Heritage Cities program pages, and you can sign up for this newsletter. It's in English, French, and Spanish, and goes out every month. I also want to mention here the Dialogues, which is the World Heritage City Dialogues, as a virtual platform for site managers and local authorities to meet, exchange, and share across their region. And the World Heritage City Lab, which is an innovative global and collaborative series of events for developing strategies and solutions and co-creating solutions to address challenges of managing World Heritage cities. And lastly, next please, I want to just draw your attention to the Canopy, the World Heritage Canopy platform, which carries innovative strategies and practices that integrate heritage conservation with sustainable development through case studies and practical examples. And you can see how, because the connection between the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation and the 2030 Agenda is very key. So these are different case studies of efforts that have been made by different local authorities, site managers, and so on, to look at, and sometimes by NGOs, but in conjunction with the city authorities, to see what kinds of initiatives have worked and share those experiences. With that, I want to stop now and welcome our very eminent chair for today's session, Mr. Papa Abdullah Sai, Global Lead Urban Development of the Islamic Development Bank. A very warm welcome to you, and I hand over to you now to run the session. And before I do, I also want to welcome our rapporteur for today, and this is a very important job because you will be summarizing and synthesizing all the points raised during the presentations and discussion. We have with us Professor Imane Benani, Director of the Rabat School of Architecture, International University of Rabat. A very warm welcome, and we look forward to your presentation at the end. And now over to you, Mr. Sai.
Thank you ever so much, Yoti, for this excellent introduction. I think without further ado, we will start this session. We have 1 hour and a half. We have 4 case studies to go through before we open the floor for interactive discussions and question and answers. Now, to start with, I think I just want to point out that the case studies we are going to see are being used essentially for illustration, and they should not be taken as sort of best practices, because each case study is unique. Each case study is related to a specific location. So there will just be a basis for us to really be able to have a discussion among us. Now, I will start with my case study will be related to the Muharraq Pearling Heritage Conservation and Urban Economic Revival Project, which was financed by the Islamic Development Bank in Bahrain. Now, before that, just a quick few words about the Arab region in terms of historic urban landscape. I think it's generally agreed that the Arab region is the locus of some of the oldest and inhabited cities currently known in the world. For instance, we can talk about, we can name Jericho, Byblos, and Sidon in Lebanon, but also Fayum in Egypt. So, and to quote a scholar from the 14th centuries, Ibn Khaldun in 1377, in the 14th centuries, was already saying that the level of a civilization can be estimated by the size and growth of its cities, an inevitable consequence of the development of human society. So already in the 14th centuries, people had this understanding between the size of a city and its urbanization, the size of the city and the level of civilization and its economic development. So it shows how important this was. Now, to give you a background of my presentation about this Muharraq Pearling Heritage Conservation, Muharraq was the former capital city of Bahrain. It's an Iceland city, and then that preserves authentic urban settlement, which dates back to the Pearling era in the 1900s. Now, given its historical value, Muharraq is supposed to be and remain a key point of attraction for tourism and a vibrant economic center. Now, what we have witnessed is recently the city has been characterized by with old and dilapidated buildings, though many of them are of great historic value and narrow streets, which really is impacting the mobility. Next slide. Now, in 2013, the government of Bahrain, through the Ministry of Culture, they call it BACA, Bahrain Authority for Culture and Antiquities, requested the support of the bank to develop this Pearling Path project that aims to preserve heritage assets in the city. Now, the main objective was to improve the livability, the mobility of Muharraq residents, and at the same time to promote tourism in order to improve the local economy and to fix population. So the project was approved in 2014. Next slide. Now, this is just few photos to show at the onset what we had in terms of the level of dilapidation, how some of the buildings were, and you can see on the back at the low side here, we can have also the achievements after the project was completed. For instance, this pedestrian bridge, which basically helped people to move from one side to the other of the city, the north and the southern side of the city. We have this commercial gallery hall also, which helps to develop the commercial activities. We have also a pathway and areas where people can really sit down, circulate, and also can in the evening can come and have some discussions. Next slide. Now, in terms of the key challenges we face, we really want to share our experiences during this project. Essentially, we can summarize it in 3 points. To secure first owner's approval, the issue about capacity expertise, and some procurement activities. Now, the challenge at the onset was during the implementation was to secure approval from from property owners to get their buildings rehabilitated under the project terms and conditions. To overcome this project provided community awareness, the project provided community awareness and collaborated with local community to get their willingness to participate. So it's really essential at the onset of the project to get the buy-in of the local residents so that there will be no sort of misunderstanding and delay in terms of the implementation. The second issue we faced was also the challenge related to finding really experienced contractors which can deal with some of these old sites and which really sometimes requires very skillful craftsmen. And in terms of procurement, these are really related to project development. We face also some issues which I will not go through in details in today. Next slide. Now, from the bank side, what are our lessons learned? What did we learn from this project? In terms of the planning, project in conservation of heritage buildings should consider urban planning at the micro level, but also the community settlement and local economic at the micro level. This is to ensure that integration with current and future intervention on the urban development, and also that the project brings sustainable value to the communities. Now, the private sector involvement also is very important. Private sector is critical for sustainable development of the local economy. As such, project in heritage conservation should create opportunities for private sector involvement in terms of investment, and also should be embedded in the project at the early stage. Now, in terms of the proper works design and planning, we think that it would have been better if, for instance, the architectural design, detailed design, and technical studies were completed at the early stage before they launched the procurement. But this project was a very high profile project in Bahrain, and it had to really to be completed in a short period of time. Although it's still ongoing, but at least it took more than 7 years to see some of the first components being completed. Next slide. Now, other lesson learned, for instance, in terms of solid coordination among the arrangement is important. Having a project coordination arrangement which brings together the different ministries, departments, agencies, and other key stakeholders throughout the implementation provide a forum for project oversight, guidance, regular meetings, cross-sectoral coordination, and a forum for addressing emerging challenges. So this collaboration, this platform for communication is very important. Solid implementation arrangement is essential as well. The lack of a dedicated procurement and project financial management specialist within the project team pointed out clearly that the institutional readiness is key for this type of project. Also, strong field supervision from the public authority, meaning the executive agency, and the financial team is essential in managing delays in the project implementation and minimizing cost overrun that affect project financing and economic returns. Next slide. Now, in terms of community engagement, I talked about it. An effective community engagement process throughout all phases of the project, which brings all the key stakeholders and private sector is important. An important ingredient which empowers the communities and brings a sense of ownership and ensure sustainability of the project. Now, inclusion of a communication specialist. Why? Because as I said at the beginning, this project was a high-profile project from the Bahrain authorities, and really early on they wanted this project to be a sort of flagship project. So we think that the omission of a communication specialist in the project team was a missed opportunity. A communication specialist is critical for effective stakeholder engagement, creating project awareness through strategic messaging, effective communication, and sharing project information, managing stakeholder expectation, and mitigating negative press and misinformation. And also, as I mentioned, the private sector involvement is critical. Private sector involvement can ensure sustainable development of the local economy. As such, project in heritage conservation should create opportunities for the private sector involvement, and the element also should be embedded at the project design. The next slide. Thank you. So this is all we wanted to say at the beginning, so that we can leave the floor to the panelists really to discuss and go through the case studies, and that will give us really a length of example which we can go through and which we can help us to really to discuss in our Q&A session. Now, the first case study is this will be the Strasbourg, Grand Île, and Neustadt, taking nature into account in the Strasbourg Safeguarding and Enhancement Plan. La prise en compte de la nature dans le plan de sauvegarde et de mise en valeur de Strasbourg. This case study will be from France. Over to you, dear panelists. Thank you.
Oui, bonjour, je suis Cathy Muller, je suis responsable de la procédure de révision et extension du plan de sauvegarde et de mise en valeur de la ville de Strasbourg. Donc, Strasbourg, c'est 284 000 habitants, 500 000 habitants pour l'Eurométropole de Strasbourg, qui est l'intercommunalité qui gère ce territoire-là. On a une densité assez forte, notamment au centre-ville de Strasbourg. La ville a une superficie de 78 km², pardon. C'est une ville frontalière qui est positionnée sur le Rhin, donc à la frontière avec l'Allemagne. Et c'est l'une des 3 capitales de l'Europe avec Luxembourg et Bruxelles. Elle a le siège du Parlement européen, du Conseil de l'Europe et d'autres institutions européennes. Donc, Strasbourg, Grande Île et Neustadt, c'est une inscription qui repose sur 3 principaux critères. Le critère 1 qui est représenté un chef-d'œuvre du génie créateur humain, notamment par la cathédrale de Strasbourg. Le critère 2, témoigner d'un échange d'influences considérables françaises et allemandes, un critère 4 qui est offrir un exemple éminent d'ensemble. Donc l'inscription initiale qui était que sur la grande île date de 1888 et en 2017 il y a une extension sur la Neustadt, la partie orange que vous voyez sur la petite carte. Et le plan de sauvegarde et de mise en valeur, c'est un document réglementaire qui assure la protection du bien UNESCO. Celui-là, il a été créé en 1974 et est rentré en vigueur en 1985. Son extension aujourd'hui à la Neustadt.
Excusez-moi, madame.
Oui.
Je suis désolée, mais si possible, pour vous placer le micro plus proche.
Ok. Est-ce que c'est mieux comme ça?
Oui, parce que on n'entend pas bien.
D'accord. Est-ce que c'est mieux?
Oui, oui, c'est mieux. Merci.
Ok, je vais le tenir du coup. Je disais que du coup, le document réglementaire qui protège le bien UNESCO est actuellement en cours d'étude pour l'étendre sur le territoire de la Neustadt, dont le bien a fait, UNESCO a fait l'extension en 2017. Quelles sont aujourd'hui les difficultés et les opportunités de ce territoire qui est inscrit au bien UNESCO? C'est que la grande île de Strasbourg déjà constitue un ensemble urbain patrimonial remarquable qui est caractérisé par l'architecture rhénane, qui est aussi le témoin des influences croisées entre la France et l'Allemagne depuis la période médiévale jusqu'au XXe siècle. Plusieurs défis sont à relever. Le premier, c'est un centre ancien qui est soumis à une très forte surfréquentation touristique qui risque de dégrader les qualités de vie des habitants. C'est un ensemble urbain très minéral où la présence du végétal est assez faible et la prise en compte du coût de la nature dans les documents réglementaires comme le PSMB doit permettre d'améliorer le cadre de vie et de redonner également une cohérence des espaces publics. Alors, un petit point sur ce qu'est le plan de sauvegarde et de mise en valeur. Donc, c'est un document d'urbanisme réglementaire qui protège le patrimoine exceptionnel du site et englobe ainsi le périmètre du bien UNESCO. C'est un site de plus de 200 hectares qui vise à valoriser la qualité urbaine du centre-ville, la conservation du patrimoine, le développement et l'attractivité culturelle, mais également économique, et puis la gestion des risques, que ce soit inondation, incendie, etc. Alors, comment on procède? On procède en protégeant les espaces publics, en protégeant le bâti remarquable, extérieur et intérieur, et en protégeant le patrimoine naturel, au même titre que le patrimoine bâti. Un petit point sur le calendrier. L'étude a été lancée en 2001 suite à un avis favorable de la Commission nationale de mise en œuvre du document réglementaire en 2022. Il y a plusieurs partenaires en charge de l'étude. Donc, il y a un bureau d'études qui a été mandaté avec plusieurs spécialistes, architectes, historiens, paysagistes, urbanistes, sociologues. Il y a l'Agence de développement d'urbanisme de l'agglomération de Strasbourg. Et puis, les deux financeurs, c'est l'État avec la Direction régionale des affaires culturelles et la ville métropole de Strasbourg. Donc, du coup, dans ce document d'urbanisme réglementaire, on essaye de prendre en compte au maximum la nature qui est présente et qui est, à ce titre, également patrimoniale dans ce secteur-là. Donc, on a différents outils, un règlement écrit, un règlement graphique, et également des orientations d'aménagement et de programmation, qu'elles soient sur un thème. Donc, il y aura un thème sur la nature en ville, mais également sectoriel sur des parties du document. Alors, pourquoi cette prise en compte? C'est-à-dire que pour protéger et conserver le patrimoine végétal, il faut déjà l'avoir identifié et il est traité aujourd'hui dans ce document d'urbanisme réglementaire au même titre que le patrimoine bâti. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on protège? Alors, par exemple, les parcs et jardins. Donc, on va protéger la composition, la géométrie, le tracé du jardin, mais également les essences, la diversité des strates arborées, que ce soit herbacées, arbusives ou arborées, l'échelle, le port et la gestion des plantations, la topographie des sols est également pris en compte, et puis tout ce qui est fontainerie ou les statues, les ornements. Les paysages de l'eau, les quais hauts et les quais bas, puisqu'on a cette particularité, en fait, on le voit bien sur la photo en bas à droite, d'avoir des quais bas à niveau de l'eau et des quais au-dessus. Donc, la gestion de ce patrimoine arboré des quais hauts et des quais bas est réalisée en fonction des séquences paysagères qui les caractérisent et du coup, le document d'urbanisme reprend ces caractéristiques et les protège. Les structures végétales historiques sont également protégées. La partie de la Neustadt, donc de l'époque allemande, a cette particularité d'avoir des jardins de vent, comme on peut le voir sur les deux photos en haut. Donc, ces jardins de vent, qui sont vraiment une caractéristique de ce tissu urbain, sont également préservés et doivent être aménagés en jardin. Les murs de clôture, les portails des jardins sont également protégés comme tout élément de décor. Les jardins de devant, du coup, sont inconstructibles. Les arbres et les alignements d'arbres qui sont dans ces jardins sont également protégés ou sur l'espace public ou sur d'autres espaces. Donc là, il y a la trame générale de la plantation qui est préservée, les axes d'alignement, mais également les essences et les grandeurs. Dans les orientations d'aménagement et de programmation, on préserve également des paysages. Ici, on peut voir l'orientation sur l'axe impérial, où on va conserver la structure végétale et urbaine et permettre un projet urbain en lien avec le patrimoine végétal et bâti. Donc, les trois objectifs du PSMV concernant la nature, c'est préserver le patrimoine naturel qui structure le paysage urbain du PSMV, donc du secteur, diversifier les formes de nature en ville au service de la santé des habitants et renforcer la nature en ville comme un support de maillage écologique bouclier face au réchauffement climatique. Et tout ça, ça se fait par une connaissance très fine du territoire. Pour finir, on vous avait mis que la nature en ville et le développement durable, c'est conserver le patrimoine en œuvrant dans le sens du développement durable, offrir des espaces verts et un cadre de vie agréable au centre-ville pour favoriser son attractivité, offrir des îlots de fraîcheur dans une ville dense, c'est aussi œuvrer contre le réchauffement climatique. Et tout comme le patrimoine bâti et culturel, le patrimoine végétal fait partie de notre héritage à léguer aux générations futures.
Merci infiniment, Madame Cathy Müller, pour cette excellente présentation. Je pense que nous avons noté Strasbourg, une ville frontalière, Strasbourg, une ville qui est capitale de l'Europe aussi, Strasbourg, une ville médiévale, si je ne me trompe pas. Donc, le souci de développer l'ensemble végétal pour vraiment mieux tenir en compte l'aspect d'aménagement. Merci infiniment pour cette présentation. Je pense que we are going to move now to the next presentation, which will be in Tunisia. We will have the archaeological site of Carthage in Tunisia, integrated conservation of the city site of Carthage. Over to you. Thank you. No?
Yes, hello.
Yes,
I think we are having a connection problem with our colleagues from Carthage. So maybe we can pass to the next case study and see if they can solve their problem. Thank you.
Okay. Can we then move to the one from Egypt, which is basically the historic Cairo, Egypt, community-centered revitalization of Souk of Sila. If you are with us, yes, please, you go ahead with this presentation from historic Cairo. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Papa. I'm Ala El-Habashi. I'm presenting today the Souk Silah Street revitalization project, which has emerged from a little house we, as a family, have acquired and bought, revitalized, and made it as a center for community revitalization. Cairo, as you know, is a city that is well strategically located along the Nile River. So once the Nile River emerged to have the northern delta, this is where it's located. However, it's growing quite fast. and you can see the greenery at the only little strip of greenery is vanishing because of the growth of the Cairo city. You have all the figures right in front of you of the area and the population as well. Am I heard well? Hello? Hello?
Can we ask can we ask colleagues to close their mics, please?
Please go ahead. I think there's somebody who has their mic open. Please close your
Okay,
mic.
I'm sorry. I thought somebody's talking to me. So anyways, you have the figures of the density, the population, as well as the surface area. This is only Cairo, the eastern side of the Nile. Not to mention there is also another governorate to the west, which is as large as Cairo itself. So the World Heritage of Cairo is registered in the World Heritage as early as in 1979 under criteria 1, 5, and 6. So it's a mix of tangible and intangible aspects. But unfortunately, since the registration in the World Heritage List, the city and its monuments were actually managed from antiquarian viewpoints, disregarding all intangible aspects within the city itself. So, and this was actually the very concern of the subsequent conservation report, the set of conservation reports submitted by the UNESCO, but also there is a concern about the infrastructure as well as the change of demography and local population and the rise of groundwater table, which started right after the building of the high dam. Next, please. Also, I need to mention that up until now, the borders have been not yet well identified as a core zone, and not to mention that the World Heritage Site doesn't have a buffer zone yet. Next, please. So we, as a family interested in historic buildings and heritage in general, we bought a little house that is not protected by the Antiquities Protection Law. This house, we called it Beit Yakan to get the connotation of the previous owner, one of the largest families that is well related to the then 17th century army. Through this house, which was used, in fact, which was dilapidated, partially collapsed, we managed to preserve it, conserve it, but also we started to insert life into it because it's not only the technical matters of conservation that actually count, but also how to insert life back again into heritage assets such as this family house. So instead of it being dilapidated and neglected, used as slaughtering house for animals, we have bought it, restored it, and rehabilitated. We started a huge program for community awareness around us. We haven't forced community to come in, but in fact opened the door to for the community members to come in and integrate in the ground floor and use the ground floor as their own open public spaces. Next, please. That long-standing project to revitalize a commercial street, which is called the Souq Silah Street, was in fact quickly engaged into the process. We have started to implement this community engagement program starting 2016 with many governmental officials and institutions, namely Cairo Governorate, the Ministry of Culture, as well as Ministry of Education. This was funded through a Toyota Foundation. The first phase of it from 2016 to 2018 was actually funded until we as a family founded a fund for such activities. The fund is almost charitable from people from the community as well from others who have got intrigued and satisfied with the results. Next, please. So, the district itself is part of the World Heritage Site. The neighborhood has suffered earlier from profound cultural and social changes for the last decades due to immigration from the rural sites to the city, but also the densification of this area. So we wanted to have culture and heritage as a motivation for a sustainable development, and we wanted the conservation has to be meaningful rather than of it only to be for antiquarian purposes. So basically, we are encouraged for heritage protection along with building conservation. So there were so many goals that we have set. The first would be for the awareness raising of the community, that not only for the kids, the women empowerment, but also for the artisans of the area that actually happen to be mostly of carpenters and woodworkers guild. Next, please. We have also created a center within the ground floor of the area and within its courtyard as well, to facilitate all of these activities for the community and open the door of this courtyard for the community to use it in a daily basis. Next, please. We have also emphasized the fact that we need to be a zero energy. So with the support of the Ministry of Industry, we have inserted the very first solar panel, photovoltaic panels that produces 16 kilowatt, which is enough to cover the house in consumption. And this is propagated also to all historic building users and owners, as well as the Ministry of Antiquities, because historic buildings have the largest roofs, which have no shades to prevent photovoltaic panels to actually work. So with this trend, which we hope to activate, we are dreaming of a neighborhood, if not a historic Cairo, of zero energy. Next, please. We're working with also a partnership with the local institutions, but also with governmental institutions, non-for-profit, and some international partners, namely the Japan Foundation, the Embassy of Japan, and also at some point the World Monument Fund as well. Next, please. As a consequence, the commercial street of Souq Silah started to be revitalized. The local craftsmanship started to actually get motivated. Artisans started to get connected again with the heritage and tangible and intangible values. Kids also started to get integrated with the artisans, so that they learn how to draw and to actually know the meanings of the concept of the decorations. Next, please. The project contributed, of course, from on the HUL level on various capacity. We are dealing with the community engagement tools. We are trying to activate financial tools as well through micro credit, and also the local economy is being boosted through the carpenters and the artisans of the area, and through our dealing with our dear officials from the governorate, as well as from other governmental offices. We're trying to put together some regulatory systems and planning tools as well for the area of Souq Silah Street. Next, please. Thank you very much. I need to also mention that my co-author and my co-partner presenter is Dr. Riham Adram from the Cairo Governorate. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much, Ala El Habashi, for this excellent presentation. I can see some similarities between this case study from Cairo and the one we presented in Bahrain. and but also some really good initiative, for instance, bringing the private sector in. As you mentioned, the private sector and the local partners are important really to ensure sustainability during this trying to preserve and trying to promote this local economic development. Raising awareness of the communities as well, very, very important. Now, I think our colleagues from Tunisia, they are back, and I think we will have Mohid Hanif to give us this presentation on Carthage. If they are back with us, can we start with them? And we have few questions on been raised, which we will answer during the Q&A session. We will try to respond to all these questions that have been raised, and we ask people really to not to hesitate, but to write the questions in the chat box. Thank you. Over to you, Mohad Hani, for this présentation. Une gestion intégrée de la cité, site de Carthage. C'est à vous. Merci.
Bonjour. Hello, you hear me?
Oui, allez-y. On vous entend très bien, allez-y.
Je peux commencer?
Allez-y, vous pouvez commencer, allez-y.
Bon, je vous entends très mal, mais il n'y a pas de problème, je vais commencer.
Allez-y, nous vous entendons.
Bonjour tout le monde, je vais vous parler aujourd'hui du cas du site archéologique de Carthage, qui est un site patrimoine mondial. Si vous voulez, si vous pouvez revenir à la diapo précédente, s'il vous plaît. La diapo précédente, s'il vous plaît. La première. The first slide, please. Okay, thank you very much. Comme vous voyez, en fait, le site archéologique de Carthage est un site archéologique urbain dont les structures apparentes et souterraines, en fait, couvrent presque la totalité de la ville, dont, comme vous voyez ici, une grande partie a été protégée depuis 1985 par un décret qui protège toute une zone archéologique dont il y a des monuments apparents et d'autres qui sont souterrains. Le reste, il y a une zone de protection de 200 mètres. Donc, si on tient compte de la zone archéologique avec les 200 mètres de protection qui sont tout autour des monuments dispersés dans la ville, comme vous voyez dans la photo à droite, vous voyez que le site, il couvre pratiquement toute la ville de Carthage. C'est pour ça que j'ai appelé mon intervention la cité-site de Carthage. La diapo suivante, s'il vous plaît. Next, please. Next, please. La diapo suivante, s'il vous plaît. Thank you. En fait, Carthage est située à 15 km de la capitale. La superficie de la commune est de 640 hectares, dont 407 représentent la zone archéologique classée non aedificandi, qui est dite zone jaune depuis 1985. Le centre de la zone archéologique se trouve sur la colline de Birsa, dominant le golfe du Tunis et la plaine environnante. Le site fait partie des premiers biens inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial depuis 1979. Diapo suivante, s'il vous plaît. Comme vous voyez à droite, il y a les monuments qui sont dispersés dans la ville. En fait, le plus grand problème du site aujourd'hui, c'est cette dispersion des monuments dans la ville. Le site fut abandonné au 7e siècle au profit de la ville de Tunis. Le phénomène d'urbanisation a commencé à la fin du 19e siècle pour s'accroître jusqu'à la transformation des composantes archéologiques en 150 de sites à peu près en lambeaux archéologiques dispersés dans la ville moderne. Selon l'article 2 de la recommandation du paysage urbain historique de 2011, une urbanisation rapide et mal maîtrisée peut souvent entraîner une fragmentation sociale et spatiale. À travers la méthode SWOT, nous avons dégagé les atouts, les faiblesses, les menaces et les opportunités du site. Pour les atouts, en dehors de sa valeur historique et archéologique, le site dispose également d'un cadre géographique et naturel exceptionnel. La mer, les falaises, la vue panoramique depuis la colline de Birsa ou de l'église Saint-Cyprien et le promontoire du village historique et touristique de Sidi Boussaïd. Diapo suivante, s'il vous plaît. Merci. opportunités. Le Code du patrimoine, en fait, le site, il bénéficie d'une protection législative importante. Dans le Code du patrimoine depuis 1994, aussi la proximité du siège de la présidence de la République, de l'aéroport Tunis-Carthage, des universités et d'une société, surtout d'une société civile engagée. Comme vous voyez à droite, l'une des manifestations qui a été organisée par la société civile pour défendre, pour protéger le site archéologique de Carthage et surtout pour publier son plan de protection et de mise en valeur qui est en attente de publication et de promulgation depuis une trentaine d'années, depuis que le Code du patrimoine a décidé que les sites archéologiques soient protégés par un PPNV, un plan de protection. Les faiblesses, donc, comme on a dit, l'absence d'un plan de protection, un PPNV, pour le site de Carthage, et une législation lacunaire par rapport à l'archéologie urbaine. Donc, l'archéologie urbaine ne bénéficie pas d'une législation spécifique. Les fouilles préventives, par exemple, selon les articles 41, 44 et 62, 67 du Code du patrimoine, évoquent la fouille archéologique d'une manière générale. Or, l'UNESCO a déjà recommandé l'actualisation de la législation de la législation tunisienne, en incluant par exemple la notion de fouille préventive. Par rapport aux menaces, l'urbanisme non contrôlé et l'instabilité politique et socio-économique fortement fragilisées par la pandémie Covid-19, donc des conditions difficiles depuis 2011, et qui sont fragilisées par la Covid-19. La recommandation de 2011 tient compte des impératifs qui guident les pratiques, les politiques, permettant ainsi aux décideurs et aux gestionnaires d'aborder de façon plus efficace les nouveaux défis. Cette approche soutient les communautés dans leur effort de développement et d'adaptation. L'archéologie est de valeur sociétale. Or, en raison des lois de protection perçues par la population locale comme draconiennes et descendantes, on assiste à une certaine tension aujourd'hui entre les sites et les riverains. Aussi, l'absence d'une articulation claire entre les monuments et les autres éléments de la structure urbaine. Les monuments se présentent comme un archipel archéologique, sorte de corps étranger dans la ville. Il y a le problème des constructions illégales qui s'accroît depuis surtout 2011, notamment dans la zone du cirque de la Malga et ailleurs. Diapo suivante, s'il vous plaît. Donc, à peu près à droite, vous avez une idée sur la croissance urbaine à l'intérieur du site. Face à ces infractions et vu l'atmosphère socio-économique de la pré-révolution, les décisions de démolir ne suffisent pas. La prévention reste donc le moyen adéquat. Ajoutons à cela le problème foncier. Les terrains archéologiques sont aujourd'hui une propriété privée, ce qui accentue la spéculation foncière et rend de plus en plus difficile leur achat de la part de l'État. Donc, la zone archéologique est protégée, mais reste à régler le problème foncier. L'absence d'une approche globale, notre problème, l'absence d'une approche globale pour toute la commune dans le cadre d'un projet de territoire articulé autour de la conservation intégrée. Le résultat, une sorte de blocage et inertie dans la gestion des problèmes liés à l'urbanisme en rapport avec le site. Or, dans la non-publication du PPNV. Or, la recommandation concernant le paysage urbain historique de 2011 apporte les remèdes à cette situation. Diapo suivante, s'il vous plaît. Ça, c'est la zone du cirque entourée par des constructions urbaines. Nous avons donc pris l'initiative avec des représentants de la société civile, des responsables locaux et d'experts, de créer un groupe de réflexion ouvert à Open Think Tank pour la promotion et la mise en œuvre de la recommandation de 2011 sur le paysage urbain historique pour l'appliquer sur le cas de Carthage. Les objectifs, c'est une unité qui a comme objectif de sensibiliser les différents acteurs sur l'importance de cette approche pour le site et pour la ville. Le tissu urbain démontre une grande dynamique. L'archéologie doit s'adapter et s'intégrer sans perdre de son intégrité. Le patrimoine urbain ne peut être une composante statique, mais une valeur vivante. C'est ce qu'a souligné également le dernier rapport de l'ECOMOS 2019. Considérer le site archéologique, il faut considérer le site de Carthage comme une composante du paysage urbain et gérer de manière holistique, c'est-à-dire globale. Faire du paysage urbain historique, naturel et culturel de Carthage un moteur de développement futur de la ville. Aussi réussir la transition d'une optique unilatérale vers une vision qui promeut la stratification historique et l'équilibre des valeurs culturelles et naturelles. C'est bien de conserver le patrimoine, mais c'est mieux encore d'intégrer et inscrire les stratégies de conservation du patrimoine urbain dans le cadre des objectifs plus larges de développement durable et global. Œuvrer pour la promulgation du PPNV, qui réglemente les différentes servitudes du site culturel Carthage de Boussaïd et propose l'installation de projets sportifs et socioculturels sur les terrains nus afin d'éviter les constructions sauvages. Aussi intégrer les concepts et les pratiques de l'approche PUH dans les processus de révision du plan d'aménagement urbain de Carthage. Associer les habitants à la promotion et à la diffusion des concepts du PUH, notamment en tirant parti des nouvelles technologies et techniques. Suivante, s'il vous plaît. La démarche évaluation concertée des politiques de conservation du patrimoine sur la loupe de la recommandation PUH. Nous avons mis en place un programme d'évaluation d'abord constat d'état, de cartographie, dans une démarche participative avec tous les acteurs, une sorte de mapping participatif du PUH carthaginois, stratification qui se base sur une stratification géologique naturelle, littorale, colline, plaine, etc., puis historique et archéologique des civilisations, et enfin la ville moderne avec son tissu économique et urbain centré sur l'humain, ce qui crée une osmose entre l'ancien et le moderne. Quatrièmement, mise en place d'une stratégie de communication, notamment par l'intégration des médias. Cinquièmement, les résultats de cette démarche seront publiés et actualisés sur un site web dédié à la cité-site de Carthage, ainsi que sur la page web de la commune. Le programme, vous le voyez, selon 6 semestres, basé sur évaluation, puis communication des résultats et essayer de dialoguer avec les acteurs principaux pour former cette unité de réflexion afin de trouver des solutions pour cette approche de conservation intégrée. L'approche de la recommandation PEH est fondamentalement inclusive. La participation des ONG et des citoyens au projet.
Nous allons vous demander de pouvoir conclure dans quelques minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Je vous entends très bien.
Merci.
Je vous entends. Donc, je finis alors. Bon, en gros, c'est ça la démarche. Cette démarche pourrait ouvrir le site à l'autoprotection dans un processus d'interaction et d'ouverture sur son entourage, fondé sur la force des projets d'amélioration du cadre de vie pour les citoyens. Cette démarche pourrait mettre en œuvre le projet du parc culturel de Carthage, ce qui aura un impact social et économique positif sur la population locale, en créant des emplois directs et indirects. Selon l'article 3 de la PUH, le patrimoine urbain constitue une ressource essentielle pour la conservation intégrée du patrimoine, et je vous remercie.
Merci infiniment, M. Mohamed Mohid Ani. Merci infiniment. Vous avez eu une présentation très détaillée avec une analyse vraiment très pointue qui tient compte des faiblesses et aussi des opportunités en vue d'avoir une approche globale pour une gestion intégrée du patrimoine bâti. Je pense que la présentation a été très détaillée, très fouillée, et ça, c'est tout à votre honneur. Alors, dear colleagues, we are going to open now the session for these questions and answers. I have seen a few questions being raised already in the chat box, and there is one question related to the Bahrain case we just presented. So I think we have our colleague Marie-Noël Tourneau. She was asking about the challenges of quality procurement. Actually, the issue of procurement was not really related to the quality of the procurement itself, but each MDB, each Mutual Development Bank has its own procurement rules. And in order really when you have a financing, the executive agency has to abide by the procurement rules of the financier. And generally, it's about basically promoting value for money, equal opportunity, transparency, and so on and so forth. But these things, they require times. So you have really the executive agency, the beneficiary has really to, right at the onset, be familiar with the procurement rules of the financier, of the donor or the MDB, so that there will be no delay in launching the procurement process. The most heavier and lengthy part of the project cycle is on the procurement, because you have to follow the guidelines of the financier. So that's essentially what we wanted to raise there. Now, with regard to the second questions you mentioned, which is very important, how to balance type of investment to avoid tourist focus or gentrification. And I totally agree. This is very important when we talk about upgrading or renewal or renewing these historic sites, historic cities. They should not be just like buildings, but people should be able to live inside. People should be able they should be designed in a such way that people can live there, and then promote the local economy, and then promote tourism. It's always a good thing because it participates to the development of the local economy. but it's not just about basically renewing buildings. When we talk about city, I think the human, the people, the inhabitants should be at the heart of the city. And that this is very important. And I think it's during the design stage that the owner of the project should take into account that element of bringing the local residents, be part of the city, be part of the upgrading, and that's what we say. That's why we talk about, for instance, having this social communication, so that there is an engagement, there is a participation of the local residents in the whole process. I think if there are, we can see other questions on the chat box. There was one question related to the Strasbourg case. I don't know if my colleague wants to take the floor or if the question has already been answered. And I can see here. Mr. Hani, there is a question, comment intégrer la population pour qu'elle s'approprie son patrimoine? I think, Mr. Hani, il y a une question. Comment intégrer la population pour qu'elle s'approprie son patrimoine dans le cadre de Carthage? Vous pouvez essayer de répondre à cette question. Merci.
D'accord, ben merci pour cette question. En fait, intégrer la population à travers 2 ou 3 points importants. D'abord, à travers la sensibilisation. Mais la sensibilisation ne peut pas passer sans attirer son attention à travers des projets, des vrais projets d'intégration, des projets économiques, socioculturels, des projets de médiation à l'intérieur du musée et du site pour attirer la sensibilité des gens envers leur patrimoine. Deuxièmement, régler le problème foncier qui existe aujourd'hui par rapport aux riverains du site, les propriétés que se trouvent dans la zone archéologique et aux alentours. Donc, trouver une solution au problème foncier, sensibiliser, créer des projets d'intégration socio-économique et culturelle et voilà, régler les problèmes par rapport au permis de bâtir, trouver une réglementation homogène et pour tous les cas et pour toutes les demandes. Et dernière chose, il faut une décision politique importante qui publie le PNV, le plan de protection de mise en valeur du site archéologique de Carthage, qui englobe un ensemble de projets importants pour le site et pour la ville. Donc, la décision politique reste une chose très importante pour sauver le site et intégrer sa conservation dans un plan global de conservation et de mise en valeur.
Merci infiniment, Mr. Hani, for this clarification. Merci infiniment. I think there was a question raised by Gabriel. I'm not sure if I took note of this question. Do we have a question that was raised by Gabriel? Any question? Anybody that would like to take the floor and to raise some question or issues that following these 4 case studies we had? Okay, I see another question.
Je remercie Madame Hani qui vient de poser une question sur le.
Exactement. Allez-y. Allez-y.
En fait, je viens de. Par rapport à la question de. Je vous remercie. Par rapport à la question posée par Madame le maire de Carthage, qui est parmi nous, par rapport concernant le plan de protection des mises en valeur de Carthage, pourquoi n'est-il pas encore promulgué? En fait, ce plan de protection de mise en valeur devrait être promulgué depuis à peu près 30 ans, depuis la décision, puis le règlement du Code du patrimoine en 1994, qui a décidé que les sites culturels doivent avoir leur propre plan de protection de mise en valeur. Pourquoi? C'est à cause des problèmes que je viens de citer, les problèmes fonciers, les problèmes des constructions, le problème de la délimitation du site, qui, à chaque fois, l'UNESCO rappelle et demande une délimitation claire du bien. Et en dernier lieu, en premier et dernier lieu, reste une décision politique de la promulgation de ce plan de protection de mise en valeur.
Merci, merci, M. Hani, encore une fois pour cette clarification. Merci. I'm trying to see if there are further questions. Okay, the question raised by Gabriel Caballero was answered by our colleagues from Strasbourg. That's okay. If you like to take the floor, please raise your hand, or you can write your question in the chat box, and then we will try to really to answer those questions, and the panelists will try to answer those questions. Anybody would like to take the floor? Any issues, any questions that would like to be for clarification following these 4 case studies we had, one for Strasbourg, one for Tunisia, one for Cairo, and then one for Bahrain. If anybody would like to answer any question or ask for clarification, please don't hesitate. We can we still have time really for this Q&A to answer your queries.
As we're not seeing any questions, perhaps we could try to run the interactive poll that we had planned, so that that might spark some further questions or discussion, if that's okay with you, Mr. Sai.
Yes, sure. Yes, sure. Yeah, please.
So I will ask my colleague Alba to help run the interactive poll so that can engage everybody in the room. Alba, please go ahead.
Yes, hello everyone. So we have prepared this interactive poll, so we warm up the atmosphere a little bit for discussion and reflections. You will have to go to this website you see on the screen, slido.com. And once you access the web page, you will find a box at the top asking for the name of the poll. You have to write HUL2, as you see here, and that will give you access to the questions we're going to see now. I'm going to read them out loud, and your answers, which are going to be completely anonymous, will appear on the screen so that we can see what your impressions are. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to just join the poll, and I'm going to start reading the questions. So the first one would be, what are your main takeaways from today's presentations and case studies? So please go ahead, feel free to share your thoughts. We already have one answer. It says involvement of private sector is crucial. Another one, the importance of integrating the private sector into the HUL process. So both answers talk about involvement of private sector. Another one include private sector and sustainable goals, community participation, connection between natural and built heritage. We also have economic benefits for city dwellers, creating synergies between different stakeholders in the historic city. What else? The importance of support and cooperation from local residents, prise en compte de la nature comme patrimoine, integrating sustainability and tourism into development. And in French, intégration de la nature en communauté pour valoriser le patrimoine urbain, role of culture in sustainable development. I'm not sure if anyone else wants to share thoughts. Else, I will pass to the second question. Okay, second one. From your experience and today's presentations, what are the main challenges in the implementation of HUL? Let's see. Coordination between partners. So you will see here that the keywords that repeat the most will become bigger. So we will see on which points we do all agree. We have a few more cooperation among stakeholders, that's similar. Growing cities, local culture, knowledge and awareness, livability, knowledge and awareness, involving stakeholders, that seems to be an important point. Défis économiques, patrimoniaux, protection, viabilité des projets. What else? Allier patrimoine bâti et naturel. Support from local government. Tourism. Okay. Oh, I think this is a very interesting scenario already. So now we're going to pass to the third one and last one. What are the main opportunities in the implementation of HL? Okay, so better quality of life. That would be the first one. Sustainable and livable cities, reviving heritage cities, regulating urban sprawl, integrated development. Let's see. HUL as a lever to create dialogue and to think different. We have in French, protéger et mettre en valeur le patrimoine naturel, advanced learning. Let's see a few more. Long-term success of urban conservation. Okay, so I think we got some interesting ideas. So I'm going to pass the floor back to you and to our chair and continue with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alba. Back to you, Mr. Sai.
Thank you, Yoti. I think
there's some questions in the chat.
Yes, the variety of responses we received shows what we were saying at the beginning, that each case study is unique. Each case study is related to a specific location. That's why everybody will see what they see as key challenges in their own specific experience. That's something we need to take into account. Our colleague Gabriel is asking for the floor. Gabriel, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much for that. I really wanted to just thank Kathy for sharing her thoughts of the nature of the city in cities, because I think this is something that is not really covered much in many of the conversations of the hall. The idea that nature is part of the growth of the city, and also she mentioned about the heritage trees, which I asked. And I think that is something that is here in Asia that is much more pronounced. The idea that these natural assets have also a heritage value, and I do hope that there are more of these, let's say, case studies in the future. But thank you very much for her sharing.
Thank you, Gabriel. I think in the case study we had from Strasbourg, they put the focuses on the really developing the screen side, developing the nature, developing this vegetal aspect. It was really highlighted in their presentation. Anybody else would like to raise question or issues? Please do not hesitate. You can raise your hand and you can write your question in the chat box. I think we have few minutes before the summary by the rapporteur. So if you would like to raise a question or issue, please do not hesitate. We can exchange on that. Unless we decide to leave the floor, the rapporteur Yoti. I don't know what you think about that. If there are no further questions or comments from our
I think
audience.
there's a comment in the chat from Mr. Ved Kumar from Hyderabad. He may like to speak.
Mr. Veda Kumar, do you want to take the floor?
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you, please.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We saw your comments on the chat box. Would you like to take the floor to further explain about this comment or any question you would like to raise?
Who, sir? Who?
Okay. I think if the message was well noted, if there are no further comments on that, we can see if we got anybody else. We got another comment from Gabriel. What are the main challenges in the Arab states why there are very limited case studies in the implementation of the health approaches in the region? This is a question for our speakers. Anybody? I will ask, for instance, my colleague from Egypt. Maybe he can, Ala El Habashi. Are you still with us? Ala El Habashi, maybe you can try to answer these questions. Ala El Habashi.
Yes, I am.
Yes, please. There is this question: what are the main challenges in the Arab states, and why we do have very limited case studies? Give us your thought on this point, and I think we can also.
Yes, I actually got the opportunity to work on the Bahrain case that you, Mr. Papa, actually presented in Muharraq, and I also worked in the case of Cairo through this little house I have mentioned. We bought and activated some of the tools of HUL within the district of Souq Silah Street. And comparing those two cases, I believe that there is no kind of a systematic challenges that goes along the Arab states. So from one side, the Bahrain case is actually showing that there is a will from the local government to engage the community, but then their community is a bit distanced from their heritage because they were so departed, getting involved into a new sort of new economy that emerged after the dilapidated situation of the pearling economy in Bahrain. Whereas in Cairo, we do have a community and a civil society that is quite ready to adopt such an approach, the HUL approach. However, still the government is not yet at the state to understand what exactly is the approach and how can it actually engage the community and provide tools to in fact activate it within the heritage cities. So there is no sort of a typology or a generic typology that we can find that goes along the Arab states, I would say. It depends on the case. It depends also on what sort of historic city we're talking about.
Yes, I totally agree with you, Ala. Thank you for this excellent answer. And I would like to add that I think also the financing is very important. We can see in your case study that the financing was coming from local partners and so on and so forth, whereas in the case of Bahrain, it was really from the top of the government that it was the willingness from the government really to initiate that. When we're talking about this historic urban renewal and upgrading and so on and so forth, financing is important because these are really lengthy projects. And they require a lot of resources, both in terms of skills, workers, in terms of knowledge, people that are really experienced in doing this sort of renovation work, and also the procurement side and so on and so forth. So I think the financing is one of the challenge of why we are not seeing many cases in the Arab region. Maybe with UNESCO also is something we can raise, how we can promote more of this type of initiative in the region, how we can sensitize the governments, the local authorities, really to promote this sort of urban renewal, historic urban renewal in our cities, in our states. I think this is a sort of something we can agree really to promote to really to the authorities, to the government, so that we can see more and more of these case studies in the region.
Very true. If I may reflect what you just said, Mr. Papa, here is that yes, Bahrain, as I said, the government there has worked hard to get the IDB, the Islamic Development Bank, interested to fund all of these wonderful projects in the city of Muharraq. But then this core of expenditure was in fact well thought of, so that there will be an incentive for the entire historic city to get developed. Whereas in Cairo, if I talk about the financial aspect, still, because it's so sporadic and it doesn't have a sort of a master plan, it doesn't have an influence as much as it should be, in fact. And it's still on a very limited sphere within the huge limits of the World Heritage Site.
Thank you, Ala, for this. Thank you. I think I agree again on that one. And that this is what our colleague Annie was saying when he was talking about having an integrated approach. If we leave it down to the locals, to local authorities, to some individuals to go about doing this renewal, it could be by cases on region by region. Whereas if it's coming from the central government, we can see a more integrated approach, and I think that's important. We have one comment here from our colleague George Abid. He's saying one of the reasons behind the lack of interest in the historic urban landscape in the Arab region is that the success model to follow is Dubai and the like. Well, thank you for that comment. I think people will take note of that. Any further comments? Any questions that we can see here? Yes, one comment also from Marie Noel regarding financing. Need to further work on the issue of funding, and more importantly, working on project briefs in terms of reference and both side funding partners. So I agree with that. I think the project brief is important because at the onset of each project, it should be clearly mentioned what are the objectives and what are they aiming for. For instance, when we talk about putting people, the local residents, the inhabitants at the center stage, that can be done already only at the design stage, means at the onset of the project. But later on, if everything is done, it's very difficult to come back and try to retrofit or do these sort of things. So I think what you mentioned here is important. Things need to be really designed, well thought through at the early stage, so that we can take into aspect all these issues that has been raised. Alors, je vais vous demander, M. Hani, de prendre le floor et de poser votre question. Vous avez une question ici de notre collègue Mouid Hani. Vous pouvez poser la question directement. Allez-y.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. En fait, c'est par rapport à l'accompagnement que l'UNESCO peut fournir sur une demande d'un pays membre pour accompagner les efforts ou l'initiative qui est dans un pays membre pour appliquer la PEH de 2011. Parce que l'UNESCO peut fournir un accompagnement pour les initiatives d'application des PEH au sein des pays membres.
Merci. Yoti, is it a question you can answer to? Or we take note of that? Hello? Hello? Yes, I was asking if maybe Yoti can answer this question, or or we take note of that. I think our colleagues from UNESCO will take note of this question. and see what sort of responses they can provide to this query from our colleagues of UNESCO.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. I'm sorry, I think I was doing something and I missed the question. Can you please repeat your question?
Monsieur Hani, vous pouvez répéter la question?
Oui, d'accord, je vais la répéter, merci. En fait, je parle de l'accompagnement de l'UNESCO. Est-ce qu'il y a la possibilité que l'UNESCO offre un service d'accompagnement à l'un des pays membres qui souhaite appliquer la PEHU, le PEH dans son pays? Accompagner une initiative d'application de PEH dans un pays membre. Est-ce que l'UNESCO peut offrir cette possibilité d'accompagnement?
Thank you. Thank you very much for repeating your question. Absolutely, yes, it's technical assistance, and we would be more than happy to provide such technical assistance. Of course, the financial aspects of this need to be discussed because UNESCO doesn't have the finances to support it, but absolutely for technical assistance, we are ready and happy to support.
Thank you, Yoti. I think I can add that we at the Islamic Development Bank, what we have done, we work with UN Habitat to see because they have the resources on the ground, they have a good ground coverage in the Arab region, and they have sometimes these ideas or the project proposal that they would like to develop. And working with UN Habitat can help us really to see where we think that there are some initiatives that can be supported. I think it would be also a good thing to liaise or to try to get in touch with the organization like UN Habitat, which are on the ground, and UNESCO, and see how they can provide this technical assistance. And once you have a project which is really mature, you don't hesitate to reach out to the ISDB. We'll be more than happy to see what we can do. Because the bank is here for its member countries. We are doing a lot of financing in the Arab region, in the Middle East as well. So, but sometimes it's more the request. We don't receive this sort of requests very often. As I say, it was the government of Bahrain who came and then just said they wanted to promote that. But what we are doing now is really trying to work with organizations that have the knowledge and the know-how and that are really on the ground, like UN Habitat, and try to see what are sort of the project pipelines, the project proposals that are on the ground, which we can reach out to and try to see how we can develop that. So I would say that don't hesitate really to reach out to people and see, and this sort of platform, like this one organized by UNESCO, can be a good opportunity to see who can do what, who can help really in sort of doing this, providing this technical assistance or financial assistance.
Absolutely, thank you very much. I want to also add that there is for some countries that are and for some situations we provide also the financial assistance to the international assistance that you can apply for. The World Heritage Fund provides international assistance according to its rules. So it's possible also that some countries are supported through this. But I think certainly there is the technical knowledge and expertise that UNESCO has on historic urban landscapes, and would be very glad to work together with the Islamic Development Bank or other development banks to see how this could be supported for implementation in countries that are interested in taking this forward. Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Sai, to thank you very much for your incredibly effective and able chairing of this session, and many thanks to all of the speakers for your rich presentations and for the excellent conversation we have had. Perhaps now, if you will allow me, Mr. Sai, I would like to turn the floor over to Ms. Benani. Did you have any other last comments you wanted to make, Mr. Sai, before turning over?
No. I think we had really an excellent session, and thank you for your kind words as well. It was a great opportunity throughout these few days working with you We hope that in the future we'll have other opportunities really to work on the ground as well, as you mentioned. So really thank you to you too and to all the colleagues. Thank you. Over to you now.
Thank you very much. We shall look forward to such opportunities, absolutely. It is my great pleasure now to turn to Ms. Benani to see how you have synthesized everything that's been said. I want to recall also that we have the mirror board that people can refer to, because this could be a very useful way also to synthesize. But before I turn it over to you, I just want to make a small request to ask everybody to turn their cameras on for 1 minute so we can take a picture, a group photo. Can I please ask everyone to please turn on their cameras for a second so we can take a nice group photo? We're still missing a few people, but maybe just Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. All right, now I will turn it over to Ms. Benani. Thank you.
Bonjour, Madame. Bonjour. Et 200. Vous arrivez à m'entendre?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Ah, no, it's frozen.
I think we should remove the cameras now.
Yeah, I'm afraid that maybe we should remove the cameras. Ms. Benani, we are not able to hear you anymore suddenly. Imani, can you hear us? I think we've lost our rapporteur. Imani? Okay, thank you for bringing the mirror board. Maybe Ms. Benani will join us back in a minute. Imani, can you hear us? Maybe Alba, if you could walk through the mirror board for a minute while we wait for Ms. Imani to join us.
Yes, sure. So you can see on the screen a board that our team has prepared with some of the keywords that appeared during the session. We have divided it in different big boxes.
Bonjour.
Ah, bonjour, oui, merci.
C'est bon. Je pense que ça marche maintenant. Désolée. Est-ce que je peux présenter le résumé?
Oui, oui, allez-y, s'il vous plaît.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. Donc voilà, nous sommes, ce rapport, il est relatif à la session qui a été, la session 5, qui a été inaugurée par Madame la directrice adjointe, Madame Djoti, du Centre Patrimoine Mondial de l'UNESCO. Donc, dans le mot d'introduction apporté sur un rappel sur les principes de la recommandation du paysage urbain historique, sur les activités du Centre du Patrimoine Mondial, programmes, laboratoires, approches collectives, etc., en faisant référence aux études des cas et de l'agenda 2030, et aussi sur les études de cas représentant des initiatives locales par et pour les communautés locales. La présentation des enjeux en question par le président de la session, Monsieur Papa Abou Adoulaye, responsable mondial du développement urbain à la Banque islamique de développement. Donc, la présentation a porté sur la recommandation dans les villes arabes, le monde arabe. L'exemple de Bahreïn a été cité par le président de la séance dans les objectifs stabiliser la population, améliorer la mobilité et le contexte socio-économique pour améliorer également notamment les conditions de vie. Les défis clés qui sont l'adhésion de la population dans les projets menés, notamment la restauration ou la réhabilitation, et les points aussi cités, c'est trouver l'expertise, notamment des entreprises, de l'exercice adéquat local. Les leçons retenues, c'est la planification urbaine d'un niveau macro et sur le plan local, l'implication secteur privé, la coordination solide et transversale, services d'achat et de financement qui a été aussi évoqué, l'implémentation solide, l'engagement de la population locale durant toutes les étapes du projet, plus les stratégies de communication en appelant des spécialistes avec l'implication du secteur privé. Donc, trois études de cas ont été abordées. Les trois études, il s'agit des biens inscrits du patrimoine mondial qui ont illustré des exemples d'implémentation, dont deux au monde arabe, le Caire en Égypte et Tunis en Tunisie, et un à Strasbourg en France. Donc, le premier cas présenté est celui de Strasbourg, Grande Île et Neustadt en France, qui porte sur la prise en compte de la nature dans le plan de sauvegarde et de mise en valeur de Strasbourg, présenté par Madame Muller. Après une brève présentation du bien ensemble urbain, Strasbourg, Grande Île, Neustadt, le bien inscrit caractérisé par l'architecture rhénane, influence croisée franco-germanique, et qui se voit soumis à une surfréquentation touristique et de nature très minérale. L'objectif donc de l'initiative est de doter ce site par un plan de sauvegarde et de mise en valeur qui constitue un cadre réglementaire visant la protection non seulement du patrimoine bâti, mais aussi des espaces publics et du patrimoine naturel. La valorisation de ces espaces et la gestion de risques, ville de Nantes-sur-Lorraine, un document réglementaire qui est en cours d'étude et qui sera mis en application en 2022. Donc, ce qu'il faut retenir de cette expérience, c'est le patrimoine végétal qui est visé, particulièrement avec un règlement écrit, graphique et des orientations thématiques et sectorielles, ce qui va englober les parcs avec toutes les composantes, tracés, compositions, statuaires, ornements, etc., ainsi que le paysage de l'eau, les jardins de devant et les alignements, axes et végétation remarquables. Donc, l'idée, c'est d'identifier le patrimoine naturel pour le protéger et créer d'autres pour améliorer les conditions de vie de la population. Donc, le plan de sauvegarde a pour objectif donc de renforcer ce patrimoine végétal à l'intérieur de la ville dense, ce qui équivaut à une meilleure attractivité, une création de zones de fraîcheur pour une amélioration de qualité de vie de la communauté locale. Le deuxième cas présenté est celui du Caire historique en Égypte, qui a traité de la revitalisation du Souk al-Selah centré sur la communauté, qui a été donné par M. Ala el-Habashi, en collaboration avec Mme Merim Aram. Il s'agit d'une association du patrimoine matériel et immatériel qui a pris en charge cette initiative en s'appuyant sur l'exemple de conservation Beit Yakan, une maison historique. Et puis, depuis 2016, un projet de collaboration avec l'aide de la Société japonaise de la promotion de la science a visé la revitalisation du Souk al-Asila dans un quartier historique, Darb al-Ahmar, au Caire. Les objectifs visés sont de reconnecter la communauté avec son patrimoine. Des outils ont été mis en œuvre comme la création d'un fonds, l'organisation d'ateliers de sensibilisation pour impliquer la communauté locale. Au début, c'était viser les enfants et les femmes pour retrouver un espace sécuritaire. La démarche a ensuite visé aussi les hommes, notamment les artisans et plus particulièrement le métier du bois. Donc, ce qui a été réussi, c'est une création d'un centre communautaire et le développement de partenariats locaux. Et profiter aussi, ce qui est aussi intéressant à souligner dans cette expérience, c'est aussi on a visé une ville zéro énergie, on a visé la question de durabilité dans cette approche de patrimoine, cette approche de paysage urbain historique, en profitant des pâtures, et ce qui a permis de créer de nouvelles, et d'une manière générale, cette initiative a permis de créer de nouvelles opportunités pour les artisans locaux, d'offrir un espace public pour les femmes et les enfants et de reconnecter les habitants avec leur patrimoine matériel et immatériel. Donc, ce projet a permis donc l'implémentation de l'approche paysage urbain historique dans vision participative de la communauté locale. Le troisième cas, c'est le cas qui a porté sur le site du Carthage en Tunisie, le site archéologique, et a pour thème la conservation intégrée de la cité site du Carthage en Tunisie. Après une présentation brève du site, de ses défis, et ses contraintes. Aujourd'hui, donc, les sites archéologiques sont dispersés, les composantes sont dispersées dans la ville moderne de Tunis, ce qui est principalement à l'urbanisation rapide de la ville. Le site, par contre, a des atouts environnementaux et paysagers exceptionnels et jouit de la proximité de plusieurs institutions, une société civile engagée, mais qui souffre malheureusement de l'absence du plan de gestion et d'une législation lacunaire. D'ailleurs, l'UNESCO a déjà recommandé d'introduire la notion de flux préventif et c'est davantage fragilisé avec l'urbanisme non contrôlé et les aléas de la pandémie qu'on a connue. Donc, des contraintes socio-économiques et foncières, puisqu'il s'agit de terrains privés non acquis par l'État, entrave la préservation du site et l'absence d'une approche globale. L'initiative est donc de gérer un groupe de réflexion, a été créé un groupe de réflexion ouvert autour de l'application de l'approche paysage urbain historique sur les sites, avec l'objectif de sensibiliser toutes les parties prenantes au fait que ce soit, que doit être traité en tant que site vivant et intégré dans un projet global. Donc, cette initiative permettra donc d'évaluer la démarche politique patrimoine appliquée au site, prévoir des sessions de formation aux questions du patrimoine et de paysage urbain historique, de cartographier le site d'une manière plus précise pour finir, et mettre en place une stratégie de communication s'appuyant sur les médias et intégrant toutes les parties prenantes dans la protection de ces sites. Donc, la proposition est aussi de remplir les terrains, ce qui est particulièrement intéressant, un peu de stopper cette urbanisation non contrôlée, proposition de remplir des terrains vides avec des fonctions terrain sport, par exemple, en même temps répondre aux besoins de la communauté locale, en même temps créer des zones de protection de sites. Donc, l'objectif, c'est de créer le parc culturel de Carthage, tout améliorant, ayant le souci d'améliorer l'attractivité du site et sauvegarder le site et répondre aux besoins de ses citoyens. Donc, ensuite, il y a des questions. Le débat a porté sur plusieurs questions. 3 questions ont animé particulièrement cette session. C'est comment équilibrer, comment équilibrer les investissements pour éviter la gentrification et les surfréquentations touristiques. Donc, l'importance de l'implication de la population locale paraît primordial sur tous les processus à travers la sensibilisation, dérégler le problème aussi foncier, la contrainte réglementaire pour la promulgation des plans de sauvegarde. En tout cas, en conclusion, il paraît important de déceler quelques éléments saillants. C'est l'importance de la participation de la communauté locale, l'intégration de la nature dans le développement durable et l'implication du secteur privé, et aussi l'importance de munir les États arabes pour une réglementation et des plans de gestion, surtout dans un cadre réglementaire permettant de conserver le patrimoine, mais aussi de redynamiser les sites inscrits dans le cadre d'une approche urbain historique, tout en impliquant bien évidemment toutes les parties prenantes et surtout la communauté locale, et l'importance de réfléchir d'une manière globale et intégrée, et d'intégrer la notion également de la résumé ville résidente. Donc, merci. Donc, voilà, j'ai essayé de rassembler l'essentiel de ce qui a été dit. Merci.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Emmanuel, pour cette sommaire. Thank you very much. I would now like to, we will be very delighted to look forward to your presentation also on the 24th for the roundtable, where you can give us a synthesis of this session in even fewer minutes on the 24th. When there will be roundtables. Please join us later this afternoon at 3:30 for the 6th technical session, and on the 23rd and 24th for the launch of the HUL call for action, and on the 24th for all the technical sessions that will be the synthesis of all the technical sessions that will be discussed. A very big thank you again to Mr. Sai, to Ms. Iman Benani, and to all of the speakers who made such rich presentations, and to all the participants for your engagement and for all the lively discussion. Thank you very much, and stay with us. Thank you and goodbye.
Recording stopped.
Donc là, est-ce que vous m'entendez les interprètes? Donc là, on va faire interprète 1 vers l'anglais. Vers l'anglais. Ok. Oh. Ok, on va passer sur le canal espagnol. Toujours l'interprète 1. Ok. Ok, très bien. On va passer une autre personne vers l'anglais. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Alors, ok. Oui, c'est bien sur le canal anglais. On passe sur l'espagnol. Oui, oui, très bien. Ok. Ok, c'est très bien. Ok. On va passer sur le troisième vers l'anglais. Alors, je vous entends pas. Vous êtes muté. En bas à gauche, il y a le micro. Voilà. Oui, ça va beaucoup mieux. Là, je vous entends bien vers l'anglais. Ah oui, oui, c'est pour ça, c'est assez sourd, hein. Bon, on va passer. Ouais, ouais, ça va. Et on va passer sur l'espagnol.
all the participants of the meeting, please. And you can start the recording in the in the languages Spanish, English.
Recording in progress.
Yes, all of you, please. Yes, thank you. Richard pour Martin.
Ouais.
Pardon, excuse-moi. Carlotte, vous êtes déjà co-host. Ah. Yes, voilà, très bien. Rien, Richard, merci. Pardon. Bon, il reste une minute. There is 1 minute before the beginning. So I wish you all of you again a very successful and interesting meeting.
Thank you.
Talk to you afterwards. Yes. Sorry, tell me just one question. You're not recording, right?
No, I am not. There's no French translation.
Then you're just only the French. Exactly. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you.
All right, I think we can get started. Has everybody been let into the room? Martin?
Yes, Jyoti, you can start. Have a successful meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you very much for joining us today. We're absolutely thrilled to have you with us. This is the 6th and the final preparatory technical session. We're very happy to have with us several very interesting case studies. So I'm delighted to have this panel that we can discuss. Before we launch into it, I just want to let you know that we have had 3 technical sessions on the 16th, 3 today, and all of these technical sessions, the rapporteurs will be reporting on the 24th, when we will also have roundtable discussions that will be fed by these technical sessions. So please do join us on the 24th, which is the final day of the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation celebrations, the 10th anniversary celebrations. Tomorrow, on 23rd, the day after tomorrow, please do join us for the launch of the HUL call for action. You can also find all details of this call for action and join the call for action on our website, on the World Heritage Center website. If you go to the World Heritage Cities page, my colleagues will put in the chat the link for this sign up. Please do look at the details of the events and also sign up for this call for action. Before I hand over to our chairs and begin with the speakers, the case studies, I would like to take a minute to just recall some of the key points of the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation. I know that most of you are very familiar with this, but just in case there are some people joining who perhaps are not as well versed with it, I'm just going to touch on a few key points very quickly. First of all, I think we can move to we're already on the slide. So, it was adopted, the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation was adopted by the General Conference in November of 2011. It is a soft law to be implemented by the member states on a voluntary basis, and an additional tool to integrate policies and practices of conservation of built environment into the wider goals of urban development, with respect to inherited values and traditions of different cultural context. And it applies to all cities, not only to World Heritage sites, but to all historic cities or any city with any heritage anywhere in the world. It advocates for a landscape approach for identifying, conserving, and managing historic areas within their broader context, considering interrelationships between the physical form, natural features, and the social and cultural values. The whole recommendation emphasizes a view that historic center or ensemble is recognized as an intricate part of its larger setting, the geographical, historical, social, cultural context. And so it looks at historic urban areas as composed of layers of history and economic, social, spatial relationships. So it's really a lot about managing change and integrating heritage conservation into urban development processes with a view specifically for achieving sustainable development, sustainable urban development. So it sees heritage as a resource, a social, cultural, economic resource for better and more sustainable urban development for cities and settlements, big and small. Next, please. So I just invite you to look at the World Heritage Cities web pages in the World Heritage Center website to look at the Fukuoka outcomes that outline a basic framework for and a methodology for urban heritage management, for identifying urban attributes, urban heritage attributes, and gives a methodology for how to go about implementing it. Next, please. So I just want to leave you with a few key points on the activities we are carrying out on the World Heritage and the World Heritage Center on historic urban landscape recommendation, as well as World Heritage Cities. We have more than 300 World Heritage cities inscribed on the World Heritage list. If you're not already receiving notifications and the monthly e-newsletter Urban Notebooks, please sign up by subscribing on our website on the World Heritage. If you go to the World Heritage Cities website within the World Heritage Center, you have the option to subscribe for Urban Notebooks. Please do subscribe to the Urban Notebooks, and you can receive it in English, French, or Spanish as a monthly e-newsletter. We have also the World Heritage City Dialogues, which is a virtual platform for site managers and local authorities to meet, exchange, and share across regions, key challenges, and innovative solutions. And the World Heritage City Lab, which is a co-creation collaborative series of events for developing strategies and solutions together. And lastly, I want to touch on Canopy, which is the World Heritage Canopy as a platform of innovative practices and strategies that integrate heritage conservation with sustainable development. Through case studies and practical examples, the platform aims to inspire and guide local actions that contribute to and align with major global commitments, including the 1972 Convention, the recommendation, the whole recommendation, and the 2030 Agenda. With that, I want to turn over now to our eminent chairperson for today, who is Ms. Gianella Cogliandro, Secretary General of NCAP. We are very, very pleased to have you with us. We're delighted to have case studies from Mantua and Sabbionetta in Italy, and the University of Coimbra and Alta Sofia, and also the Historic Center of San Gimignano. And then before I hand over to Gianella, I want to welcome our rapporteur for today, Ms. Carol Westrick from the Netherlands, a heritage expert. We're delighted to have you with us. Carol will have not only the challenging task of synthesizing every word that everybody says today, but also bring it to the 24th, to the roundtables to feed the discussion there. With that, Giannalia, I hand over to you. Thank you very much. We don't hear you. You have to turn your microphone on. Giannalia, your microphone needs to be unmuted.
Yes, thank you, Giotti. Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all of you with us today. I feel honored to talk in front of an audience coming from different world regions. Before presenting you the outline of my presentation, I'd like to express my gratitude to UNESCO and in particular to Giotti, who has invited NCAT, the European Network on Cultural Management and Policy Education, to be part of these technical sessions that is the prelude to the celebration of this 10-year anniversary of the UNESCO recommendation on historical urban landscape. My introduction to the case study include considerations that are linked to my own experience as a coordinator of a network gathering researchers, academics and practitioners, but also from research and exchange that we have conducted recently in the framework of two very important projects that are very much close to the topic of today's sessions. The project Charter, that is an alliance of representatives from the full range of cultural heritage sector. It's a project that started on January and it aims to create a long-lasting and comprehensive strategy for Europe in the field of skills and competencies to support sustainable societies and economies through cultural heritage. And the project Heritage Skills that aims to design a new curricula with skills transferable, transversal, connected to experience tourism in the field of cultural heritage. I have used the lens of network manager and my professional perspectives to understand the opportunities, the challenges, and the limits that were identified by the 4 case studies that we are going to discover soon. These case studies, they all brought to my attention and considerations the following points. They all ask for a growing need of interdisciplinary education to protect, conserve, manage and valorize historical area and asset of a urban landscape. They all stress the importance of cultural heritage in terms of sustainability, community engagement, stakeholder involvement and local development. They also draw attention to the evidence of perceived tourism as an experience that doesn't begin only when visitors arrive at the destination, but start before the arrival and ends with the reflection in post-visit phase and in plans for future visit. And at the same time feeds on the relations with the cultural and territorial communities. All the 4 studies, they have a very strong underline on this really needs with relationship with cultural and territorial communities despite the tourism. And finally, all of them, they stress the growing importance of the digital dimension of cultural heritage, aimed at contextualizing upcoming and new digital trends within the cultural heritage and tourism sector, and formulating strategies on how to integrate them into the experience cycle of visitor travel. Mantova, Sabbioneta, Coimbra, San Gimignano, they all have in common the beauty of the urban landscape that policymakers have the responsibility to preserve for future generations, But also the four of them, they have the challenge to manage this resource with a sustainable policy and with the involvement and the respect of the local community. This is why they have all identified the need to define new sustainable tourism policy to preserve the resource and make the local life possible. These four examples, they also clearly show what the Charter Alliances has identified as the major threats nowadays. That means cultural heritage management education all over Europe is done in silos of knowledge as the discipline. And people are not trained to cooperate and work in an exchange and interconnection way. Formal education of art historians, restorers, conservators, craftsmen, cultural managers neglect skills that are essential in their professional life for successful and cost-efficient preservation activities. They are trained instead as a specialist in their field, but usually they do not learn how to organize interdisciplinary knowledge and based preservation. At the same time, heritage managers are faced with increasingly complex tasks, especially where cultural heritage is particularly threatened by climate change, natural hazard, or the effect of pandemics. The challenge is how to bring different discipline, expectation, expertise, and visions cooperatively together in order to avoid future repairs or restricted use of cultural heritage. This means rethinking education, rethinking the way in which cultural heritage sector is managed, means thinking out of the box. This is exactly what the European Commission initiative by House is asking us. Launched by the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, the Bauhaus initiative aims at the urban level to make the European Green Deal tangible and palpable, and add a cultural dimension to the economic and technological transformation of the urban landscape. These four case studies also clearly show that the UNESCO recommendation need also the full involvement of the cultural urban ecosystem that includes a variety of stakeholders. These are young heritage professionals, they are people working in the preservation as site managers. These are architects, anthropologists, conservators, curators, art historians, but also craft people working on heritage site, administrators, policymakers, government officials, urban and regional planning specialists, members of the EU, national, regional, non-governmental organizations, private sectors. All these people are part of the same ecosystem. In reading with attention and passion these case studies, I feel that this lack of dialogue and connections with the ecosystems were the point that you have mentioned as a threat and where you want to build in the future. So the importance that we stress a lot in NCAT of thinking cultural heritage as a full policy in a very wide ecosystem is probably the case of success for the implementation at the urban level of the UNESCO recommendation. Finally, Mantova, Sabbioneta, Coimbra, and San Gimignano, they also have all identified the need to redesign their own sustainable tourism policy to preserve the resource. The World Tourism Organization in 2017 has asked them to work under the motto travel, enjoy, respect. by making optimal use of a resource for the conservation of a culture and natural heritage and biodiversity, by respecting the social culture authenticity of the host communities, but also by triggering virtual processes to guarantee the quality of life in terms of employment benefits and service. Moreover, the recent studies on visitor management applied to tourism focus on the importance of building close relationships between territorial areas, communities, and visitors in order to create experience that make territorial values more known, respected, enhanced, and promoted. And I'm very happy that again, all the case studies that we are going to listen soon, they all have understood this very important dimension. This aspect seems to allow the reinterpretation of the three phases of the tourism management process: demand, destination, and site management in a new perspectives that focus on experience, identify the pre-experience, the in-experience, and the post-experience phase as the three main steps of the experience cycle. The experience is a key aspect since the manager of the destination cannot create experience themselves, but instead they can provide a series of circumstances in which visitors can live unforgettable moments which are involved in the values of the historical site. And here, yes, I need to wrap up, right?
Thank you, yes.
Well, so I really wanted to close by saying that this preservation of the place, connections with the local community, importance of building sustainable tourism and digitalization in the tourist offer is exactly what the 4 studies are going to present, and is key in the UNESCO recommendation.
Thank you very much. I will leave you to manage now for the remainder of the presentations.
Thank you so much. So the floor is now to our first case study, the beautiful city of Mantua and Sabbioneta.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Bedini. I work for the Mantova and Sabbioneta UNESCO office. I'm talking about the site management, and then I'm giving the floor to Maria Stefania Gioia, a PhD candidate in urban planning. She's going to present 2 case studies related to the site. Mantua and Sabbioneta are 2 Italian cities located in the north of Italy, in the Po Valley. They are 40 kilometers away, easily accessible by car, bus, or bicycle. Both cities were included in the UNESCO World Heritage List in 2008. They offer exceptional testimonies to the urban, architectural, and artistic realization of the Renaissance, linked through the visions and actions of the ruling Gonzaga family. The properties have played a prominent role in the diffusion of the Renaissance culture in and outside Europe. Next slide, please. They illustrated the 2 main forms of Renaissance town planning. Sabbioneta, the newly founded town based on the concept of ideal city planning. Mantua represents, in relation to Sabbioneta, the implementation of the Renaissance urban principles starting from a built city. Mantua and Sabbioneta are a serial site, but they are complementary. You can't understand one without knowing the other one. One site, 2 places. For this reason, right from the start, the major challenge for the management of the site was to build a single identity, developing a permanent form of coordination between the 2 cities in order to protect and enhance the existing cultural heritage, intensifying the strategies and optimizing the cultural and tourist potential. The public bodies that have institutional management competence on the site are the Municipality of Mantova, the Municipality of Sabbioneta, and the Ministry of Culture. The two municipalities signed a memorandum of understanding in which they undertake to coordinate and manage in a unitary manner all the actions provided by the management plan. In 2008, the two municipalities created a UNESCO office in order to actively preserve, promote, and enhance the awareness of the site according to the management plan. Next slide, please. This plan was recently renewed according to the historical urban landscape approach, which combines the focus on the historical, architectural, urban planning aspects with the social and cultural values that are rooted in the urban life. The implementation of the new management plan followed a participatory and integrated process by including communities and stakeholders to raise their awareness and responsibility for site protection and to identify the incisive strategies and actions. Office, thanks to over 10 years of activity, has defined a mission and a vision of the management plan. In short, the vision is to assign to heritage a function in the life of the community as a sanction for the construction of its individual and collective identity, an instrument of and integration, a root of social, cultural, and economic development processes. As you can see, the management plan is structured in a specific sector plan. In the last 13 years, the UNESCO office carried out several projects regarding these specific fields concerning the knowledge, the protection, the conservation, the enhancement, and the transmission of World Heritage Site values. In conclusion, we can say that the achievement of our challenge, that is building a single identity, consists in a management plan intended as a common cultural project, able to gather all the stakeholders in view of a sustainable development of the heritage and encompassing all the public policies enforced by the two cities, still persisting sectorial approach. Now I give the floor to Maria Stefania Joy.
Thank you, Monica. I will be presenting the case of Mantova Sabbioneta as a case study highlighting Mantova Sabbioneta relationship with water by inquiring planning strategies aiming to broad World Heritage values role and communities' involvement towards heritage-based projects, promoting private collaboration and partnerships. To do so, I will recall two projects, the project of Pescherie di Giulio Romano and Cerchio di Acqua. These projects are not of my authorship. Information is open data, and it was enhanced through interviews and key stakeholders and project author collaborations with my own PhD in urban planning, design, and policy. Next slide, please. Sorry. Both projects enhance Mantua and Sabbioneta World Heritage shared vision and their relationship with water and landscape approaches. Mantua's vision, City of Water, follows incremental planning strategies for the rehabilitation of public spaces such as the Mantua Lakeshore and the restoration of buildings recalling water system inside the city. For example, Pescherie, that in Italia means an old fishing market designed by Giulio Romano, is a building connecting the city level with an artificial river crossing Mantua. In Sabbioneta's case, as a fortified ideal built ex novo city built during the Renaissance period, the project Cerchio di Acqua, that in English means circle of water, addresses a participatory process to promote local communities' involvement and enhancement of the remediation lands and the historical embankments surrounding the fortification wall. Next, please. Both projects recall local-based planning strategies linking World Heritage attributes and values with landscape and innovative management. They highlight historic urban landscape approach and the recommendation efforts by strengthening local capacity development while developing shared World Heritage protection and enhancements. Le Pesquerie di Giulio Romano has been developed following incremental steps and is still ongoing. The project supports the rehabilitation of the building of the Pesquerie and its connection to water, and the Becquerie, that is a loggia underneath the city level, by promoting a public partnership between government bodies, local institutions, NGO, and citizens. Cerchio di Acqua was developed since 2016, and it lasts from 2017 to 2019. The project started with the regional NGO Color Funds, and it aimed to strengthen Sabioneta's local communities' involvement by promoting a discussion about the role of the remediation lands and community resilience. Next, please.
Stefania.
Okay. Okay.
You have 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay, to go more in detail, this case study recalls how both projects promote new forms of collaboration and local communities' active role in a different way. As for the case of Pesquerie, in 2015, Mantua local government did a consensual agreement for 30-year public-private partnership to enable the use of the building, which was abandoned and for sale until then. And in 2016, it was created the Fondazione Pesquerie di Giulio Romano. The integration between planning and the management process has allowed the incremental development of the project and the progressive engagement of new members of the local communities with the project to save the Pesquerie, as well as the development of temporal activities and the promotion of other forms of entrepreneurs. Next, please. In the case of Cerchio di Acqua, the project is an institutional partnership strengthening institutional and social capacity in Sabioneta and its territory. It promotes a partnership between local and regional NGOs, educational centers, and Sabioneta local governments. The project lasts for 25 months, and it developed different activities such as stakeholder confrontation meetings, social mapping with local community, shared maintenance of the embankments, ICT collaboration platform, etc. This activity, through incremental steps, involved progressively key local stakeholders, which in some cases were not eager to participate. In addition, the project Cerchio di Acqua produced new technical documentation by creating new mapping system and identification of further projects to follow. Next. Well, of course, both projects have a positive impact on the landscape and the tangible environment, but however, both projects have a major impact on heritage-based entrepreneurship and other projects. For example, in 2016, Pesqueria was temporarily open to allow the locals and tourists to navigate the Rio, an activity that hasn't been done since the 60s. This occasion encouraged even more people and more citizens to participate and know the project. Cerchio di Acqua, for example, sorry.
Stefania, we have to close, unfortunately.
Okay. Can I say just this thing? Okay. Cerchio di Acqua is linked, for example, to another project, a geoblog that was produced with the student of the Mantova Sabioneta School. And then I will go to the final conclusion. What we can say is that these two projects evoke the historical effort to recall the social role of World Heritage values, considering protection, construction of values, awareness, and use of World Heritage sites in a perspective of endogenous local development, fomenting relationship with local communities as stakeholders. Sorry, and you have our emails if you want to write us.
Thank you so much, Stefania. Unfortunately, the projects are extremely interesting, but we have a full afternoon. So we move now to the University of Coimbra, from Italy to Spain, to a very nice, beautiful place.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for your interest in our project, which intends to create synergies around all these areas: literature, territory, tourism, and education. Next, please. So this map shows Coimbra district in Portugal, central Portugal. Coimbra city is situated closer to the coast. It's located on the banks of the river Mondego and Coimbra is famous for its university, which is the oldest Portuguese university and one of the oldest in Europe. It was founded in the 13th century. Next, please. And it was precisely the University of Coimbra, Alta and Sofia, the World Heritage listed by UNESCO in 2013. And then in 2019, the National Museum Machado Castro was added to this ensemble. The property is a set of buildings, including a botanic garden. The criteria for listing were three. The exchange of human values, because it was a composite ensemble, and because of its living traditions, artistic, scientific, and literary works of universal significance. The universal values, can you put it back, please? The universal values are its centenary academic traditions, and it's because it has been a model for new types of architecture and an example of ideological and pedagogical reforms as well. It has been important, the university, in dissemination of cultural and scientific knowledge, especially in the consolidation and expansion of Portuguese language. Next, please. We have identified many strengths, challenges, also a threat, which we will highlight because our project intends to give a contribution to its solution, which is that several places that are part of the classified ensemble are already suffering from overload, from over-tourism. And so this project intends to contribute to redistribute tourist flows to other areas of the city and also to develop a more integrated plan of tourist activities between the city and the region, the communities. In fact, there is a recommendation that was sent to us by the entity manager of the property, which goes in that sense, in creating an observatory to enhance this connection between the city and its community. The weaknesses, I suppose they are the same with many cases. It's difficult to harmonize the interests of so many stakeholders' interests, and also the lack of finance as well. Next, please. The project itself consists in collecting data regarding the Portuguese authors and texts associated with Coimbra from the 15th to the mid-20th century. From this information, a digital map, literary map, will be generated, identifying the literary places of the city. We have begun it in Coimbra, but it can also be done in other places. These are our partners. You can move, please. Next. The project was motivated precisely because of the lack of an organized data bank about the literary places of Coimbra. It aims to demonstrate the potential for sustainable development of literary-based cultural tourism and to increase the quality and diversify the offer within this scope. It also contributes to resilience and social cohesion through the valorization of local cultural resources, the promotion of lifelong education, the strengthening of local identities, and fostering community-based economy and tourism. Next, please. The key elements are the data bank itself and the digital literary map. The key actions will be to make the literary map available to the general public and explain it to the different stakeholders. We think it is important that the community knows about it and that the community can contribute to it. And it's important to show how they can use it as a tool to design their own cultural and tourist products. Next, please.
Viviana, we need to wrap up.
Okay. The local communities and stakeholders, first, they are involved as consultants and advisors. There will be meetings at different stages of the project development. Next, please. So we expect the outcomes to disseminate these literary places. We can see on the right a graph which indicates that we have identified a high number of literary places already, and we are just beginning. It will promote literary tourism. And the main challenge in implementation is to have the funding entities understand and see the potential of the project and to assist us with funding. On the left, you could have seen 2 articles on the subject that have already been published in international journals. We are doing it ourselves. So far as sustainability is concerned, it furthers the protection of built and natural heritage by valorizing it through its connection to literature. It brings together goals of conservation and sustainable urban development. And in a broader sense, culture, literature, culture is a transversal element for attaining the sustainable development goals. And so this project will help in that way. Thank you very much. This is the core team. We began, the 3 of us, Silvia Quinteiro, who is the coordinator, Alexandra Rodrigues, and myself. Thank you very much for listening.
Sorry, thank you so much, Vivina, for this interesting presentation. We move back to Italy for listening San Gimignano case study. Carolina Taddei.
Yes, hi, hello everyone. I'm Carolina Taddei. I work in the municipality of San Gimignano in the Culture and Tourism Department. First of all, I want to really thank you, and especially this occasion to think about the historic urban landscape, because even for us, it's a particular moment in our town as we are upgrading the World Heritage Management Plan of the historic center. So it's an important occasion to develop our policy. And we are working for this with a team with the University of Florence, the Department of Architecture, and with the HERE Lab, with the University and the City of Florence. Today I will speak not so much about the protection and conservation of the heritage, because San Gimignano, okay, it's always complicated to manage the heritage, but anyway, there was a law in 1927, thanks to the minister, so San Gimignano is quite well protected. The only problem that we have to manage now is the fund to keep on protecting. But today I want to share with you something about the engagement of the community. So these are the number of San Gimignano, just to let you know the dimension of our town. We are in Tuscany, Italy, and we are a little community with 7,800 inhabitants, but a quite active community with over than 50 associations. The most part of the population is working with tourism, but not only. They are working for motorhome and furniture production, state-run institution, and agriculture, as we have a huge part of the town in agriculture. And here you can see why we are in the World Heritage List since 1990. The first reason is because the historical center of San Gimignano contains a series of masterpieces of the 4th and 15th century, still in the place where they were conceived. And then because we bear an exceptional testimony of the medieval civilization, as we have in the historical center all the different structure of the typical urban life of the medieval time, with the squares and streets and so on. And then because we do represent a specific moment in the history of the feudal Tuscan town, where the families were fighting each other trying to get the power. And next, please. Okay, this is our main square with the town hall, with the church, and with the towers, as we are very well known for the medieval architecture and especially for towers. And now I want to speak with you about something we are doing with the community. This is a project, it arrives from the past. We are used to run the information office with an association, a local association. There are professional persons employed in, but many volunteers. We do believe it's really important to have the volunteers and the community engaged in the more strategical part of the tourism development. Next, please. And this is a new project we ran just now during the pandemic moment, as we are even celebrating the 30th anniversary of the inscription of the historical center in the World Heritage List. And we designed a group of young people in between 20 and 30 years. It was the first time we were able to engage them, and the goal of this group is to speak about culture, to speak about tourism, and mainly to design all together with the municipality new strategies and new activities for our town. It's a nice project, and even in between them, they are trying to support each other for their creativities. There are writers and photographers and artists and musicians in this group, so it's nice to see that they didn't know each other, and now they are helping each other, and they really believe in the UNESCO value. So I'm really happy for this. And then the area, we are working with 11 municipalities in the surroundings, and I think it's really in the idea of the historic urban landscape, because it's impossible to understand the history and the architecture of San Gimignano if we do not compare it with the town in the surroundings, especially with Volterra and Colle Valdelsa and Poggibonsi. And so we are working all together in this brand, Valdelsa, Val di Cecina, and we do design together strategies for tourism, not anymore alone, but all together. Next, please. And this is about the Contado. As I told you at the beginning, we have a very huge part of countryside, and as ICOMOS 2 recommended us, we are trying to develop the knowledge and the attractivity of the countryside. So we do promote the typical products such as the saffron from San Gimignano, the wine Vernaccia. Both products are made in San Gimignano since the medieval times. So every time we speak about them, we speak about the tradition and about our story. And then the Francigena Road, it's an European road. It passed through San Gimignano and even to some other municipalities in the Valdelsa Val di Cecina area. Next, please. Okay, and this is the last project. We are, again, as the young people, this a project we designed during the pandemic. And the idea was to create a group of 10 local farmers. And again, we work with the University of Florence and with the municipality. We are working all together. At the beginning, it was the idea to just to have some lessons about web communication and tourism management and so on. But now we are trying to find out all together new strategies to develop the tourism in the countryside and to highlight the countryside. It's even an important way for us to have a more sustainable way to live in San Gimignano. And I really hope we will be able even to engage with them and to participate to application and to find funds to support the tourism in the countryside. This is a very nice picture about San Gimignano, where you can see the historic center with towers, but you can really feel how the Contado is so an important part of our town. So thank you for the time, for the attention. I hope to share with you good ideas to involve the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With this picture, we always dream to travel and visit this beautiful place. We are almost ready to start our holidays, so this is the perfect place to dream and travel. I leave now the floor to Alba. I know that she has prepared something for us. While she prepared this surprise, I will be very happy if you start writing some questions in the chat. So they are ready for the conversation that will follow this moment, more interactive. Alba.
Hello. So I will be conducting this part. So we will be doing an interactive poll on Slido. For this, we ask you to please go to the website slido.com as it shows on the screen, and just put they will ask you to put in the code, which is H2L1. So if you can go to your browser on your phone or on your computer and go to slido.com and input the hashtag H2L1. You can join us for this interactive poll. We are continuing from this morning, so you already have some responses from the first morning. But here you can respond to this question: what are your main takeaways from the presentations and case studies of today? So if you start adding your responses, I will go and read them out loud. I can read some of the responses that we got from this morning from the earlier session on European cities, which were the climate change is one of the main challenges. We have many different communities involved in our World Heritage sites, the use of sustainable energy, communication, community involvement on stakeholders, involving community. And we can wait for a little bit, involving the young generation, sustainable tourism. It's great. Need social and cultural identities, indeed, consultation process and participatory planning. Local associations lead the way and manage the projects. Indeed, it's not about it. It's about empowering communication with local community and youth engagement, synergy among heritage conservation and other fields, for example, literature, to preserve outstanding universal value. Again, civic engagement is key, connection to the territory and natural context, involving the young generations again, access to digital. Where is the old generation in this project? So these are some interesting considerations of the different generations that are living together in the city, and the community engagement, tourism flow control. So if we are okay, we can move to the next question, which we can see from your experience and today's presentations, what are the main challenges in the implementation of H2L in Europe? You can type in your response, and if there are several words that are more common, they will become bigger. As we can see from the earlier session today, we found that development pressures was a pretty common response. So you can just type in your responses, and then we will start seeing. So this morning we had and community involvement, going beyond the World Heritage boundaries and considering the city and its surrounding. That's important. Multi-layer settlements consisting of different values. Yes, harmonized regulatory systems. Involve politics. That's important. Financing. Going beyond tourism, of course. Urban development. Community involvement is getting bigger, and development pressures as well. We have a lot connecting with the stakeholders, stakeholder management, community engagement, traditional responsible heritage protection institutions would not like to lose their power for local communities. Okay, that's interesting. So we're talking about power dynamics between different management institutions. Facilitation skills, migration, synergies. Okay, sharing values. This is becoming a more common response. Okay, this gives us a very broad idea, but this is really interesting. Let's move to the next question. And last question. From your experience and from today's presentations, what are the main opportunities in the implementation of H2L in Europe? We can see that some responses include awareness, community involvement, democracy, resilience, communication, adaptation, our community's enthusiasm to be engaged, the interest of local communities, resilience, democracy, pride in their heritage, competency of, awareness and interest from local communities is getting to be a pretty common response. Capacity building, okay. Interest from local communities again. So I think this gives us a big picture of some of the potential that we have in terms of the value of the communities that inhabit our cities and their interest in contributing and being a part of the development of the city and of the protection of and the conservation of cultural heritage. So with this, I think we already have a pretty broad understanding of the different inputs from our audience. So we can move on to the discussion, and I will leave it to you, Janalia.
Thank you. So it was very interesting to see bold what are the main takeaways from the discussions. We already have a few questions that I found in the chat, and of course we expect even more. The first questions that we received. What is the thinking about Coimbra as a cultural landscape in relationship to climate change actions? So our participants is concerned about tourism after COVID and is asking to our presenter from Coimbra the connection with the climate change actions and the projects that was defined by the city. So Vivina, it's for you.
Okay. This question, I think it should be answered by the representative of the property management entity or by the municipality, and I don't think it was possible to have a representative here. By saying that, I will also say that one of the committee decisions of this entity is to create a consulting forum and to monitor the different property components, and maybe we'll have some decisions on that. I cannot answer that for now. Thank you. I think there is another question for this about the. May I go on?
Yes, go on. There is a question for the sustainable development goals. Yes.
Okay, yes. We have addressed this issue. In fact, the project intends to abide by the UNESCO thematic indicators for culture through dimensions A, B, C, and D, that is environment and resilience, which has to do with the fact that communities and small enterprises can access our databases and the information we are taking out from texts and do their own design, their own educational products and cultural products. Dimension B, prosperity and livelihoods. As I said, the community would be involved through this project. And dimension D, inclusion and participation, having this made public and allowing every citizen to access the materials. It's a way of inclusion and participation, obviously. And dimension C is knowledge and skills. Well, this work will be, I think, a great resource for educators, education agents, teachers that can, as I said, use these materials in their classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vivina. We have a questions in Spanish. I will be grateful if Alba can sum up the question in Spanish in the chat from Rosa Ruiz. Or someone.
I can translate if you.
Thank you.
The question is, how can we achieve enhance the implementation of the historic urban landscape approach within urban planning? Because it is difficult to understand, for instance, or to make people understand, for instance, that historic paving materials must be respected because they are, for example, less comfortable for pedestrians or for universal accessibility of the spaces.
Thank you so much. Who wants to answer to this question? Stefania or?
Well, actually, the question is not directly connected to the case study, but I can answer anyway. The good thing in this case would be to put into the same table all the stakeholders involved, to put into open a discussion about which is the role of this historic payment for them and which are their priorities, and also, but in an optic of creating trading zones, not to create confrontation. I think that it is a good. Sometimes it is good to push discussion in order to promote a good outcome from this discussion. And I think that this is the one thing that is really important about the historic urban landscape, that give you the tools to embrace this idea of promoting these discussions. So I guess that it goes that way, the answer.
Yes, thank you. It's very important. It also linked to another question that I found extremely interesting from Marie-Noël. So who are these people involved? Who is this community? No, we have talked a lot about community, we use this terminology, but who is the community in your projects? So we can ask, it's a question for the three of you. So who you have identified as a community to be involved in the project? Vivina, who is your community?
Oh, was the question for me? I wasn't aware. Can you repeat it, please?
So it's a question for the three of you, because it's true that we speak a lot about community, stakeholders, but who are these buzzwords in your projects? Who is the community to whom you are speaking, you have identified in the project of Coimbra? It's governing bodies, it's the city, and who in the city?
Wait a minute. We would ask the community, the citizens themselves, in the meetings that we have programmed, and ask them directly ways of promoting more literary events in Coimbra, for example. There are also some events, literary events going on, but we would involve citizens. In these meetings, we would involve writers, bookshops, libraries. Old bookshop keepers are really fantastic because they have stories to tell about, to talk about, and information to give.
So you talk, I think Marie-Noëlle is giving us a very interesting interpretation that I think it's really an answer also to what we are saying. It's a community of interest, more so people that share a common interest in your project, in the project of the city.
Yes. Small enterprises, small tourism-related enterprises, which also can use these materials to create interpretive routes, for example, to create literary, cultural, tourism products as well.
Thank you. We have a raised hand from our colleagues from San Gimignano.
Yes, I just wanted to add quickly, because, okay, yes, we especially focused about tourism, but with these young people, the group of young people, we speak not only about tourism, we speak about culture, about quality of life, and what do they want from their town. And for me, it's a really moving project, because in a way, it seems it's the first occasion they have. We thought as a community, as a municipality, to always give the floor to the young people. But I understood, even thanks to this meeting, we arranged for the 30th anniversary of the inscription of Historical Center of San Gimignano in the World Heritage List, that for them, it was in a way the first direct occasion to share ideas with the municipality and to ask for the town where they want to live. So the tourism is a big part because it's quite an important part in our town. We are a little community, but we are not speaking only about this. And so especially I want to be open to them. When I speak about community, okay, it's not just the young generation, but we really want to focus on them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Giotti, you also wanted to add something in this debate.
Thank you very much. I can do that after Stefania, because I was not going to talk about community, but about another set of questions that have been raised. Thank you. Go ahead,
Stefania.
Thank you. I was also the comment in about San Gimignano was connected to what I was going to say. It is important to speak about, for me, about communities in order to understand the complexity of all different voices that we have in this. And in the case of the case studies that I presented, I guess that it was really broad, the communities aspect, because it was real about the both cases are really different somehow. The case of in Pesquería de Giulio Romano, it is the communities that are involved has a more strong, perhaps more social capacity that allows them to start from the project from a certain aspects that then, for example, in other cases is not possible to start. But when you don't have these kind of possibilities, you need to start the discussion in order to put together into the same table the communities living in this place in order to create the process. So, and this was the case of Cerchio di Acqua. So in a way, the important is not to focus into certain groups, not and in my case, I believe that is to really open the discussion and to embrace with communities in a way and all the actors. So that was my
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for this very interesting interpretation and clarification. Giotti, you saw also this list of questions and you wanted maybe to bring them to the attention.
Yes, thank you very much, because I see in the chat that Patricia O'Donnell has been asking has been raising several important issues, and I wanted to see if I could perhaps address a few of them. Thank you very much, Patricia. So first of all, going all the way up, I see that Patricia has pointed out the number of World Heritage sites that have urban, that basically have urban heritage, which is a very interesting point because if you look at World Heritage sites, you have 1,121 properties, but many of these are serial. And when you look at the number of, more than 70% of cultural sites are urban. So when you really do the math, it works out that there's more than 2,700 urban sites, urban cultural sites. And this is not even counting cultural landscapes, but it's just, we're not counting cultural landscapes or the cities that are within cultural landscapes, not counting those. Just looking at urban heritage sites, there's more than 2,700 World Heritage sites that are urban. So obviously the issue of urban heritage management is a huge one. What we have been focusing on, and especially with all the case studies, has been really more the sites which are really cities, which are parts of cities or entire cities or quarters within cities. And that is already more than 300. So, it's nearly a third of the World Heritage list, in a sense, consists of World Heritage cities. So the significance of urban heritage is just immense. And so the management problems are obviously immense. And I think this is something that's very, very interesting that Patricia's helped us to focus on, that and to look at the specific, so it's not about looking at specific monuments, but really seeing the context around them. That is very critical, and seeing them in terms of the urban landscape, the historic urban landscape approach. The second thing I wanted to point out, I think you already addressed the question about climate change that she had raised. But another point that she has raised has to do with governance, that there is a notion of politics and governance that has been raised in the presentations, and that good governance as a tool for HUL implementation was not strongly brought out in the HUL recommendation. But in fact, we have found over and over again that all of the urban heritage management issues begin with the idea of managing the governance issue, the decision-making around heritage. Mm-hmm. So if you look at the Fukuoka outcomes, which I mentioned in my slide presentation at the very beginning, this is one of the first points, is ensuring intersectoral governance mechanism for heritage as an essential step for implementing the historic urban landscape recommendation. So I would just invite you to also look at the Fukuoka outcomes. And the last thing I wanted to do was to just thank Vivina for mentioning and actually more than mentioning, very clearly articulating the linkages with the Culture 2030 indicators, which is very critical because it's just the framework that is what helps to align heritage management with sustainable development. So bravo, and thank you very much. And we are ready to work at the urban level for helping to implement the Culture 2030 indicators just as much as the historic urban landscape recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giotti, for answering to this important list of questions, and also clarify and stress the importance also of connecting different initiatives and programs, because it's always by creating these connections between existing programs at UNESCO or outside UNESCO that we can really have a strong impact. And because we talk about connections, I have a question myself. How do you connect with your colleagues that run similar projects? So do you have a forum, a platform? Do you establish connections with the similar cities? So how this works in Coimbra, San Gimignano or Mantova? Are you alone or do you have a platform? I don't know if San Gimignano wants to answer. I don't have the name, unfortunately, there is no name of our colleagues from San Gimignano. Or
yes. Hi, hello. Yes. No, we do have a platform, even if now, as I told you at the beginning, we are upgrading the World Heritage Management Plan. So we have a team of stakeholders. We do work together, and actually, thanks even to HERE Lab with the University of Florence, we are designing the new governance and the new platform to work for all together for these for the new strategies. And then obviously in Italy, the minister is an important part for the conservation of the heritage. But mostly, as I told you, as we are a little community, actually we are focused on I think one of the first goal we have to work for is the engagement of the population, young part, but not only. Anyway, we spoke about community, and it's something that in a little place like us, in a way, you can really feel the community, and it's still alive, the community in San Gimignano.
You don't have created connections with other World Heritage cities with whom you can exchange practice?
No, yes, sorry, yes, because we were even involved in another project, thanks again to UNESCO, World Heritage, and it was the project for the Europe journeys, so it was good to share the different ideas all together. And actually, we are even working with some Chinese UNESCO, thanks to a university in Shanghai. But I think this is too something that we have to improve. Even for the young guys, I understood this argument of the international dimension in something very important. And I think even occasions like these are really important to work for the future and for the new strategies, and even to remember the real goal of UNESCO and our community to be more peaceful and to have the heritage well conserved, but even more Pacific communities.
So very interesting. Jyoti, I can listen from this answer the very key role that your Heritage Center is playing in giving small center, small cities in Europe the opportunity through the connection that you create to internationalize their work, thinking, and get connected outside. So this, I think, is fundamental in a global connected world, that the one that don't have this possibility by themselves, they are helped by UNESCO, and all this to preserve this heritage that of course belongs to the humanity. So congratulations for this important role played by UNESCO. I think I don't have time, right, to take one question, because no, maybe we can give Vivina, because she really looks like wanted to talk, and then I understand that we need to wrap up, because there are this is our rapporteur that has the huge challenge to sum up the day. Vivina.
Okay, I was just wanted to answer that question, because the three of us began this project, but then it was expanded, and now we have some universities. They were on the second or third slide, but it ran so fast that I couldn't read it. But we have some universities associated to this project. Nova, University of Lisbon, because of digital humanities, we have a co-worker there that will help us in creating the digital map. And also the University of Algarve, the Polytechnic of Coimbra, and the University of Coimbra. And now we count on Coimbra Municipality and Ruas Association to help us, because we are really going to further apply for funding to be able to manage this project, because as you can imagine, there are huge piles of texts and books to extract information from. And we also need to or intend to organize a few meetings, symposium, conferences as well. But I wanted to say, to leave it clear, that there is a group, a network of entities and people working with us now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vivina. Very quickly, Stefania, you wanted to react, or is the end that is?
Actually, I don't know if Monica wanted to reply or if.
I just wanted to answer respect to the young people involvement. Because right from the inscription in the list, the UNESCO office started work with school in educational project involving all kinds of students. And we organized visit to site meetings and school lessons about World Heritage as a peace vehicle and intercultural dialogue. So for us, the involvement of young started just from the beginning of the inscription, and it continues. It's very important for us, this kind of involvement.
Thank you,
Stefania. I want to add something else.
No, it was that I saw that you were raising your hand. And in my case, I was a student in Mantova, and I was connected to the UNESCO chair in Mantova. And it is always a collaboration between the University of Polytechnic, in my case, the UNESCO World Heritage Office in Mantova and Sabbioneta. And also, it is good to see that this project promotes as well the partnerships between the educational institution, as Monica said, not only at the university level, but also at the school levels. So it is interesting.
Thank you, Stefania. Giotti, we have an interesting questions from Alba, but I don't know if we can pick up or...
We don't need to pick up now. It's for you to think about for 24th and to join us on the 24th.
Fantastic, because there is a lot to do in the next days. So let's not to use all our time today. Giotti, how do you want that we proceed?
Thank you very much for your very able management of this session and for leading it so effectively. I want to really thank all the speakers for their amazing presentations and turn it over now to hear this incredible synthesis from Carol. But before we do that, I want to request everybody to take 1 second to turn on your cameras so we can take a nice group photo. We would be really grateful. I know everybody is very comfortable, but if you could just please turn on your cameras for just a minute, it would be very nice to be able to take a nice group photo. And then right after that, you can go back to your tea and coffee and turn off the cameras. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have the whole group from San Gimignano, which is wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, excellent. I think we've captured that. So I want to now thank you all and hand it over, Giannalia, if that's okay with you. We'll move over to Carol then.
Thank you.
Carol, over to you. And we have also the mirror board to support you as you wish to use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jyoti and Giannalia. Hello, everyone. No pressure then from Jyoti when she said twice the incredible synthesis and synthesize every word. So to me, it's the onerous and dubious task to try and do justice to this incredible rich debate. Could it be possible to have the mirror board up for everyone to see so people can just have a teaser of what's being said? And I totally understand there's a lot to take in. Don't worry, we'll still be working on it when we will be presenting it on the 24th. But here you can see some of the debates that come out of it. And at the same time, I've also made some of my own summaries of what had been said in this very, very rich debate. What came out of it very strongly again, of course, was with the introduction of Jyoti when she managed that it's also about managing choice, managing change, and that it's to do about the layering of the various heritage values. And when we went into the debate and we actually came to the question, what would be or what is the role of Hull in this entire process, it was very interesting to learn that for many, it was actually a starting point of a process by asking questions, by getting into discussions with each other and rethinking certain ways of working. So that is also a way of awareness raising, education, and getting people involved. The other thing that came out very strongly was the strengthening of local capacity development, and as well as the social role of World Heritage values. Again, we tend to, or previously, hopefully, we tend to look at it in a very isolated manner into heritage, but the sessions made it very clear that that is not the case anymore. You have to see it into a much wider environment. And as you can see the mirror board slowly moving around on the screen, there are a lot of issues that come into play when you talk about, heritage. Another point that was made, that was the contribution to resilience of livelihood and social inclusion when it comes to the preservation and conservation of the heritage, and the need to work towards a more integrated strategy and synergies between the various fields that work together in the scheme. A point that was made rather at the end, but I think it weaves its way through all the discussions, that is the ensuring of intersectorial governance. That is really crucial. That has to be part and parcel of the entire package we're working for. Some of the opportunities that came out was that this way of working actually caused new forms of collaborations and partnerships, that you start to cast your net wider and that you actually work with more people. And subsequently in discussion, we also had the question, who are your communities? Who are your partners? How do you engage with them? How do you find them? And I think one of the interesting things was the discussion about young people, how we sometimes might think we include them, but there are always ways to better include them, to ask their opinion on a so to speak, more permanent basis than just a once-off. And I found very interesting what was said as well, that when you talk to the young people, it's not just in relation to tourism, but to the wider aspect of things. So also, for example, the quality of life, so that you engage them into the entire aspect of the things. Another point was, the importance of the involvement of local communities and stakeholders through a participatory and an inclusive process, so that it's very much a two-way street and a continuous engagement from both ends, rather than having it, a once-off. There were also some challenges mentioned within this session. Like, for example, working with this many site holders, even though it is very rewarding and necessary, it also comes with the challenges, both in the fact that it might take time, you need to identify them, but it also, you need a certain financial means in order to do it. The other thing that came out through the poll, which I think was a very nice way of getting all our voices into this debate at the same time, was that the sharing of values was something that was mentioned, and the development pressures of course came out, and to a lesser extent, the need to address the challenge of climate change. Having said that, I won't want to take too much of your time, because it has been a really rich debate, and I'm sure what I've said is not exhaustive, it's not all-inclusive, but we will continue working on getting all your voices into the report when we come to the 24th of June. So I would really like to thank you all very much for providing me with all this input, and I also want to thank the team of UNESCO for typing behind the screens very, continuously, and answering all the questions and working on the mirror board. So back to you, Madam Chair.
Fantastic, Carol. You did a very, very wonderful synthesis, just on time to leave the 3 minutes to Jyoti to wrap up the session. It's unbelievable how you manage to synthesize this rich discussions with the speakers, and Miro board indeed make also miracles in making this attractive and visual. So congratulations. Jyoti, you have the final word.
Thank you very much, Giannalia, and thank you, Carol. That was a very, very excellent synthesis, very valuable points. Have to process them all. And yes, we will be very much looking forward to having you all join us on the 23rd and the 24th for the major events. On the 23rd, we have all the we have a long lineup of mayors and heads of institutions and various leaders who will be joining us for the launch of the call for action. And on 24th, we continue this discussion, bringing all the 6 sessions, the technical sessions we've had together so that it's a global discussion. Please do remember that you have to sign up separately to receive the links for each of these sessions. And please do sign up and join us and join the call for action. Before I leave you today, as it is the end of 6 sessions, 6 technical sessions, I want to take a moment to thank all the people who have made this possible, not only the speakers, the chairs, the rapporteurs who have been all contributing with very generously with their work and the knowledge that you have, but also the teams who have been working behind the scenes. The tech team at UNESCO, I really want to thank you for all your hard work. The interpreters who have been unfailing, and of course the team of the cities team who have had endless sleepless nights preparing for this. Thank you so much for your hard work. And we look forward now to having you join us on the 23rd first.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.